意思是对一下。不是你Let me see. Let's see that.
No one told you life was gonna be this way. Your job's a joke, you broke, your love life's the old way. It's like you're always stuck in second gear. When it hasn't been your day, your week, your month, your year. But I'll be there for you. When the rain starts to pour, I'll be there for you. Like I've been there before. I'll be there for you. I'm so there for you.
Flight number 457 from Beijing now arriving.
Alright.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Excuse me. Move, emergency, please. There you are. Oh, so, how was China? You?
It was great. Oh, what happened?
What?
What? You're bleeding.
I am?
Oh my God.
Oh, look at that. Yes, I am. Anyway, enough about me, Mr. Back from the Orient. Come on, I want to hear everything. Everything.
Well, yeah, where do I start? Well, this is Julie. Julie, this is Rachel.
Hi. These aren't for you. These are for you. Welcome to our country.
Thank you. I'm from New York.
Well, not a problem. We'll just use them to stop the bleeding. Okay. Baggage claim. Okay.
I'm telling you, she went to the airport. She's gonna go for it with Ross.
Oh my God. This is huge.
This is huge.
This is bigger than huge. This is like. All right, what's bigger than huge?
This?
Yes.
You got new haircuts.
Yes, we did, thanks to Vidal Buffet.
Because, if you don't look good, we don't look good. I love that voice. Oh, Rachel. Airport. Ross.
Stop.
Not alone.
No.
Julie.
Julie.
Arm around her. Oh, cramp.
Okay, I think she's trying to tell us something. Quick, get the verbs.
You something like me.
Okay, the
You
verbs.
slowpokes.
That's all right, Rach. We got the bags. Hi, hello. Julie, this is my sister, Monica. This is Chandler. Hey, baby. Hi. Mwah. Joey, what up? Okay. Everyone, this is Julie.
Hi, but I'm not here. You haven't met me. I'll make a much better first impression tomorrow when I don't have 20 hours of cabin playing on me.
And Bus.
Oh my God.
With the screaming guy.
And the
Oh my-
spitting and
Yeah, you gotta hear this story.
We're on this bus that's easily 200 years old, right?
200 at least.
And this guy.
And the chicken poops in her lap. Oh, I'm so sorry. I just gave away the ending, didn't I? Oh, I just heard this story in the cab, and it is all I can think about.
This is amazing. I mean, how did this happen? Well, Ross and I were in grad school
Yeah,
together.
but we haven't seen each other since then. Well, I land in China. Guess who's in charge of the dig?
Julie! Julie, isn't that great? I mean, isn't that just kick you in the crotch, spit on your neck, fantastic. It's an expression.
We just wanted to say a quick hi. Then we're gonna go see the baby.
And then we've got to get some sleep.
Yeah, it's really 6 o'clock tomorrow night, our time.
Okay, well, listen, don't tell us what's going to happen, though, because I like to be surprised.
Bye.
Hey, Rich, can I get some coffee?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Hey, Rich,
Did you talk to him yet?
No?
Then no.
So what the hell happened to you? I mean, when last we left you, you were totally in love with, you know.
I know I was, but there was always this little voice inside that kept saying it's never gonna happen. Move on. You know whose voice that was?
God?
It was you, pal.
Well, maybe it was God doing me.
Look, you were right, okay? She looks at me and sees a friend. That's all. And then I met Julie, and I don't know, we're having a great time. And I have to say, I never would have gone for it with her if it hadn't been for you.
Well, you owe me one, big guy.
Here's your lemonade.
I didn't order lemonade.
Oh. Well, then you better go take that back, because they're going to charge you for that. Go. Come on. Okay. So, what did you find out?
He said they're having a great time. I'm sorry. But the silver lining, if you want to see it, is that he made this decision all by himself. Without any outside help whatsoever.
How is that a silver lining?
You have to really want to see it.
Ironically, these are the guys who were picked last in the gym.
Pete, you know what I'm thinking?
Oh, okay. Hal, it's been so long since you've had sex, you're wondering if they've changed it?
No. Although now that's what I'm thinking.
All right, so what were you thinking?
Well, I was thinking that you gave the guy such great haircuts, I thought maybe you'd like to do mine.
Oh, no.
Why not?
Because I'm incredibly anal and an unbelievable control freak.
You're not?
I know I'm not, but you are. I was trying to spare your feelings.
Hello?
Oh, hi. Yeah, hold on a second. Ross, Julie, here.
Hello? Hi.
Hey, anybody know a good tailor?
Need some clothes open?
No, I'm just looking for a man to draw on me with a chalk.
Why don't you go see Frank? My family's been going to him forever. He did my first suit when I was 15. No, wait. 16. No, excuse me, 15. All right, when was 1990?
Okay, you have to stop the Q-tip when there's resistance.
Okay, sweetheart, I'll see you later. Okay, bye. What? Oh, that is so sweet. No, okay. No, you hang up. No, you, okay. 1, 2, 3. Well, you didn't hang up either. You didn't hang up. Okay, no, you hang up. You.
Sorry, I thought you were talking to me.
Rachel? I'll just call her back.
Okay.
sorry, we got disconnected. No.
Okay. How did this happen to me? A week ago, 2 weeks ago, I was fine. Ross was just Ross, just this guy. Now all of a sudden he's Ross. Oh, this really great guy that I can't have.
Yeah.
Sweetie, I wanted you to have him too.
I know you did. I'm just gonna deal with it. I gotta get out of here.
Okay, I don't care what you guys say. Something's bothering her.
You know, I think I was 16.
Please. Just a little bit off the back. I'm still on no.
Morning.
Hey.
Hey, do you guys think you could close your eyes for just a second?
No. I'm not falling for that again.
What's going on?
Well, I sort of did a stupid thing last night.
What stupid thing did you do? Buongiorno tutti.
Okay, Paolo, why don't you just go get dressed and you be on your way, okay? Bye-bye. Rachel, when did this happen?
I don't know, I just kind of ran into him last night.
Where?
At his apartment. Is this juice?
Whoa. And the fact that you dumped him because he hit on Phoebe?
Oh, God, I know. I'm pathetic. I'm a loser.
Honey, you're not pathetic.
Enough.
You're sad.
Yeah, I mean, people do stupid things when they're upset.
My God, if I had a nickel for every guy I wish I had. But this is about
This is
your
about
problems.
purposes.
Hi. Hey. Sorry we're late. We were, well, there was touching. What are you doing here?
Hey, do what I can.
So, he's back.
Yeah, he's back. Is that a problem?
No, not a problem.
Good. That's not a problem.
Okay, you're gonna have to not touch my ass.
Well, despite the yummy bagels and palpable tension, I've got pants that need to be altered.
Oh, hey, Chandler, when you see Frankie, tell him Joey Tribbiani says hello. He'll know what it means. You sure he's gonna be able to crack that code?
You know, it's funny. Last time Paolo was here, my hair was so much shorter and cuter.
All right.
Okay. But you have to promise that you will not be all like controlling and bossy and all, you know, Monica about it. I promise. All right, let's see. Now, some of you are going to get cut, and some of you aren't. But I promise none of you will feel a thing. That's it. I quit. What? I didn't say anything. Yeah, but this isn't the face of a person who trusts a person, okay? This is the face of a person who, you know, doesn't trust a person. I'm sorry. Sorry, Didi. I just spoke just a little shorter than what we had discussed. Would you relax? I know what I am doing. This is how he wears it. Who wears it? Demi Moore. Demi Moore is not a he. Well, he was a he in Arthur and in Den. That's Dudley Moore. I said I wanted it like Demi Moore. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Which one is Demi Moore? She's the actress. There was a disclosure, indecent proposal, ghost. Oh, she's got gorgeous hair.
How long do you want the cups?
Well, at least as long as I have the pants.
No,
I just got that.
I just got it.
Okay.
Okay.
Now we'll do your end scene.
Hymns.
How is she?
Oh,
It's too soon to
it's
tell.
so
She's resting.
She's
It's a good
resting,
sign.
but she's
How's the hair?
on the hair.
I'm not gonna lie to
I'm
you,
glad
Ross.
you
It doesn't
know.
look good.
It doesn't look good.
I put a clip
I
on
put a
one
clip on
side,
one
which seems to
side,
have
which
stopped
just
curling.
Can we see you?
Can I see her?
Your hair
No,
looks
you-
too good. I
yeah.
think it would upset
I
her.
think it would.
Ross, why don't you come on in?
Well, how you doing?
I'm okay.
I'm okay.
Ooh, that bad,
Oh,
huh?
that bad, huh?
Look, Rich,
Rich,
I can sense
I can
when
sense
women are
when
depressed and
depressed
vulnerable.
and
It's one of my
vulnerable.
gifts.
It's one of my gifts. Oh. Oh, Jill.
Boy, when I saw him
What?
get off
I
that
couldn't
plane
get
with her,
with her.
I really
I
thought I
already
just
thought
hit
I was
rock
gonna
bottom.
bottom.
But today, it's like there's rock bottom, 50 feet of crap, then me.
You gotta tell Ross how you
How
feel.
Come on, how can I just tell him? What about Julie?
What about her?
What about
They've
her?
only been going out for 2
For 2
weeks.
weeks.
Ross has been in love with you for like 10 years.
10 years.
I don't know.
Look, Rage. I've been with my share of women.
Miss you.
In fact, I've been with a lot of people's share of women. But the point is, I've never felt about anyone the way Ross felt about you.
Yo, paisan. Can I talk to you for a sec? Your tailor is a very bad man.
Frankie? What are you talking about? Hey, what's going on?
Joey's tailor took advantage of me.
What? No way. I've been going to the guy for 12 years.
Oh, come on. He said he was going to do my inseam, then he ran his hand up my leg, and then there was definite...
What?
Cupping.
That's how they do pants. First they go up one side, they move it over, then they go up the other side, they move it back, and then they do the rear. What? Ross, will you tell him? Isn't that how a tailor measures pants?
Yes, it is. In prison? What's the matter with you?
What?
That's not. Oh my God.
Even Mary Tyler Moore would have been better.
Well, I like it.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I do. I think it's a 10.
I think it's a 10.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My hair is very amused.
Oh, come on, Monica. Things could be worse. I mean, you could get caught between the moon and New York City. I know it's crazy, but it's true.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I gotta go. Bye. Bye, Riggs.
Bye, Rich.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant by bye.
Bye.
Well, can I talk to you for a second?
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, when the doctor does that hernia test,
test,
that's okay.
What's going on?
Okay, first of all,
First of all,
Paolo and I are not that together. It was just a stupid thing that I did, and if I could go back in time and do it again, well, I wouldn't.
Second of all.
Second of all.
Okay.
Okay.
Before I say anything, I just need to know, is this one of those things where you break up with a guy, and then I tell you what I think, and then the next day you get back together with the guy, and I look like a complete idiot?
No.
Okay. Well then I think the guy's scum. I hate him. I mean, I actually physically hate him. You know, I always have. And you're way too good to be with a guy like that.
Really?
You deserve to be with someone who appreciates you, you know, and who gets how funny and sweet and amazing and adorable and sexy you are, you know? Someone who wakes up every morning thinking, oh my God, I'm with Rachel. You know, someone who makes you feel good. Like the way I do with Julie. Was there a second of all?
No, I think that was the whole all.
I gotta go. Okay. Okay.
No, I swear to God, Dad. That's not how they measure pants.
I was thinking of doing it a little shorter, you know, like Andy McDowell's new haircut. Oh yeah, oh I can do that. Really? Yeah. Do you want to do it right now? Great. Okay. I just want to make it really short this time. Andy McDowell is the girl from 4 Weddings and a Funeral, right?
No.
No.
No, that's Rodney McDowell. Andy McDowell is the guy from Planet of the Apes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Fat number 457 from Beijing not arriving. Okay. Oh my God. Emergency please. I think emergency please. Emergency please. Okay, this. I think no. God, oops. I think no.我想想，那这个是。Okay, you can being success process. You can being and take that. Okay. Why does it have some babies? Waves, ink down. Emergency please, emergency please. Emergency please. Emergency. Right, troubles on aircraft. Emergency, please. Emergency, please. Emergency, please. Right, oh my god, it's really, emergency, please. Emergency, okay. Emergency, okay. Quick accident, like similar quick accident. Alright. Excuse me, move, emergency please. Excuse me, reach. And there you are. Hi. Hey. So, how's China? How's China? It was great. Oh, what happened? What? You're bleeding. Oh my god, look at that. Yes, enough about me. These are back from the Orient. You can also oriented to aim something at someone or something, or make something suitable for a particular group of people. Oregon. Mr. Back from the Orient. Not them. From Orient. From the Orient. Oh, Orient. The Orient. From the Orient country is and Mr. Bag. Okay. Oh, enough for me. Mr. Bag from the Orient. The country of East. East. You don't know the East. Into the East. Mr. Bag from the East. North, south. You don't go from the East. East and South area. South area. The country of East and the house of the area. Okay. Enough about me, Mr. Back from the area. Come on, I wanna hear everything. Well, where do I start? Where do I start? Where do I start? This is Junie. This is Rachel. Oh, there are. Okay. Oh. These aren't for you. Oh, hey, these are for you. Welcome to our country. Thank you. I'm from New York. York. I'm from New York. Well, not a problem. Not a problem. We'll just use them. We'll just use them. Well, not a problem. We'll just use them to stop the bleeding. Well, not a problem. We'll just use them to stop the bleeding. Well, not a problem. Not a problem. Well, not a problem. We'll just use them to stop the bleeding. Okay. Bagged clean. Okay. Bagged clean. Okay. Well, not a problem. We'll just use them to stop the bleeding. We'll just use them to stop the bleeding. Okay. Bagged clean. Okay. Bagged clean. Okay. Bagged clean. Well, not a problem. Not a problem. We'll just use them. We'll just use them to stop the bleeding. We'll just use them to stop the bleeding. Okay. No way. I'm telling you. No way. I'm telling you. She went to the airport and she's gonna go for it with Ross. And she's gonna go for it with Ross. Oh my God, this is huge. This is bigger than huge. This is okay. All right. What's bigger than? What's bigger? What's bigger than? What's bigger than huge? No way! I'm telling you, she went to the airport. I'm telling you, she went to the airport and she's gonna go for it with Ross. Okay. I'm telling you, she went to the airport and she's gonna go for it with Ross. No way! I'm telling you, she went to the airport and she's gonna go for it with Ross. Oh my God! This is huge. This is bigger than huge. This is. This is all right. All right. What's bigger than what's bigger than huge? This. What's bigger than huge? This. Yes. Guys, you got new haircut. Guys, you got new haircuts. Guys, you got new haircuts. Guys, you got new haircuts. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Thanks to without buffet. Thanks to without buffet. Thanks to you. Okay, thanks to. Okay. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. This. Okay, guys, you got new haircuts. We need I want need a new haircuts. I want two new haircuts. In there is can I express that? Can I express that? Okay. Guys, you get new haircuts. Yes, we just thanks to without buffet. Because if you don't look good, we don't look good. Oh, I love that voice. I love that voice. You guys. Oh, airport Ross not or no. Airport Ross not or no. Junie, around her. Junie, around her. Oh, crap. Okay, I think she's trying. Okay, I think she's trying to tell us something. Okay, I think she's trying to tell us something. Quick, get the verbs. Quick, get the verbs. Get the verbs. Get the verb. Quick, get the verbs. Quick, get the verbs. A word or phrase. A word or phrase that describes the action, condition, or experience. A word or phrase that describes an action. A word or phrase that describes an action, condition, or experience. Okay, a word or phrase that experience or action and condition or experiences. Verb. Get the verbs. Quick. Get the verbs. Quick, get the verbs. Quick, get the verbs. Okay, I think she's trying to get the verbs. Get the verbs. Not this. Quick, get the verbs. Quick, get the verbs. Quick, get the verbs. Quick, get the verbs. Okay? Get the verbs. Quick, get the verbs. Quick, get the verbs. Okay. Look at the verbs. Let me say that. Quick, get the verbs. I don't understand this. Quick, get the verbs.
God?
Did you talk to me? Oh no, not this.
Yes, we did, thanks to the Gal Buffet.
You know, if you don't look good, we don't look good. I love that voice.
Try to tell us something. Quick, get the verbs.
Quick, the verbs. Okay, it's funny. Quick, get the verbs. You. Okay, quick. Okay, I think she's trying to tell us something. I think she's trying to tell us something. Okay, I think she's trying to tell us something. Quick, get the verbs. You said he liked me. You snowpokes. You snowpoke. You snowpokes. Snowpokes. Word. Snowpokes. Snowpox. Okay, slowly walk like baby. Someone, especially a child, who is walking or doing something too slowly. Yeah, is that right? Yeah. Okay, that's all. That's all right. Rich, we got it back. Okay, you use snowpox. That's all right, Rich. Rich, we got the bag. Alright, hello. Julie, this is my sister Monica. This is Chandler. Hi, hey Phoebe. Hi Joe, what up? Oh, hi Joey, what up? Hi everyone, this is Junie. Oh, hi. Okay, but I'm not here. You haven't met me. You haven't. Okay, but I'm not here. But I'm not here. You haven't met me. But I'm not. You haven't. But I'm not here. But I'm not here. But I'm not here. You haven't met me. But I'm not here. But I'm not here. You haven't met me. I'll make a much better first impression tomorrow when I don't have. Okay. I'll make a much better first impression tomorrow when I don't have 20 hours of cab and plan on me. I'll make a much better first impression tomorrow when I don't have 20 hours of cab and plan on me. Cab. I don't have. Okay. I'll make a much better first impression. Okay. Like similar first opinion, and looks like imagine. Okay, next time. Okay, I'll make. But I'm not here. You haven't met me. I'll make a much better first impression tomorrow. When I don't have 20 hours of cab and plan on me. Plan on me. Okay, and plan on me. I'll make a much better first impression tomorrow when I don't have 20 hours of cab and plan on me. Okay. Let me say that again. But I'm not here. You haven't met me. I'll make a much better first impression tomorrow when I don't have 20 hours of cab and plan on me. Okay. I just saying. I want to try this. I'm trying this. I want trying this. Me. Okay, 我觉得可以读。I want to try this. I'll try this. All this. Practice language. You just listen and repeat that again. Okay.
Sure, I'd be happy to help with that. Go ahead and say what you'd like me to listen to and repeat.
Begin. But I'm not here. You haven't met me. I'll make a much better first impression tomorrow when I don't have 20 hours of cab and planned on me. Just say that again, please.
Begin.
Sit.
I'll make a much better first impression tomorrow when I don't have 20 hours of cab and planned on me.
But I'm not here. You haven't met me. Okay. Wrong. Let me that again. Begin. But I'm not here. You haven't met me. I'll make a much better first impression tomorrow when I don't have 20 hours of cab and a plan on me. Just say that again.
But I'm not here. You haven't met me. I'll make a much better first impression tomorrow when I don't have 20 hours of cab and a plan on me. Just stay there again.
You look so smart. Okay, you do the right thing. It's okay. Thanks. Well.
The transcript may contain references to ChatGPT, OpenAI, TikTok, and GPT-4, and so on.
Can you explain the word impression?
Sure, the word impression refers to the effect or influence that something or someone has on a person's thoughts or feelings. It's often used to describe the initial feeling or opinions someone has about another person or thing after a first encounter. For example, making a good first impression at a job interview is important because it shapes how the interviewer perceives you right from the start.
That sounds good. You're smart.
Thank you. I'm here to help. So if you have any more questions or need assistance with anything else, just let me know.
And the bus, oh my god, with the screaming guy and the spitting, you gotta hear this story. Well, on the bus, this is easily 200 years old, right? 200 at least. And this guy, and the chicken poops in her lap. Oh, I'm so sorry. I just gave the ending, didn't I? Oh, gosh. I just heard this story in the cab, and it is all I can think about. This is amazing. I mean, how did this happen? Repeat this word and say that again.
And the boss? Well, on the boss, this is easily 200 years old, right? 200 at least. And this guy and the chicken poops in her dye? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just heard the story in a cab, and it is all I can think about. This is amazing. I mean, how did this happen? Repeat this word and see it again.
You know some words. Didn't you understand?
I might have missed capturing every detail accurately. Could you please clarify or repeat the parts I missed?
And the bus, oh my god, with this screaming guy and this spitting, you gotta hear this story. We're on this bus, that's easily 200 years old, right? 200 at least. And this guy and the chicken poops in her lap. Oh, I'm so sorry. I just gave the ending, didn't I? I just heard this story in the cab, and it is all I can think about. This is amazing. I mean, how did this happen? Repeat again, please.
And the boss, oh my god, with this screaming guy and this spitting, you gotta hear this story. We're on this bus that's easily 200 years old, right? 200 at least. And this guy, and the chicken poops in her lap. Oh, I'm so sorry. I just gave away the ending, didn't I? I just heard this story in a cab, and it is all I can think about. This is amazing. I mean, how did this happen? Repeat again, please.
Yeah, this way, you're right.
Great. If there's anything else you'd like to go over or another story you want to share, feel free to let me know.
Thanks to you. Bye-bye.
You're welcome. If you ever want to chat again, just say the word. Take care.
Bus. The bus. Okay. Okay. Bus. On the bus. Boat. It's not right. On the bus. And bus. Bus and bus. Bus. Look at the bus. Slow hooked. Okay? I'm not right. This word I was wrong. Bus. Boss. Bus and the boss. Okay, now the bus. Boss and boss. Geez. Bus. I was wrong. Okay, I need that.
Building skills and still early in your life where you have focused time that you think you can learn selling and you have some natural characteristics where you're a good salesperson, then you can double down on those. Now your sales skills could be in a different than traditional domain. So for example, let's say you're a really good engineer and then people are saying, well, now you need to be good at sales. Well, you may not be good at hand-to-hand sales, but you may be a really good writer. And writing is a skill that can be learned much more easily than, say, in-person selling. And so you may just cultivate writing skills until you become a good online communicator and then use that for your sales. On the other hand, it could just be that you're a good builder and you're bad at writing and you don't like communicating to mass audiences, but you're good one-on-one. So then you might use your sales skills for recruiting or for fundraising, which are more one-on-one kinds of endeavors. This is pointing out that if you're at the intersection of these two, don't despair, because you're not going to be the best technologist and you're not going to be the best salesperson, but in a weird way, that combination, back to the Scott Adams skill stack, that combination of two is unstoppable. Long term, people who understand the underlying product and how to build it and can sell it, these are catnip to investors. These people can break down walls if they have enough energy, and they can get almost anything.
If you could only pick one to be good at, which one would you pick?
When you're trying to stand out from the noise, building is actually better because there's so many hustlers and salespeople who have nothing to back them up. When you're starting out, when you're trying to be recognized, building is better. But much later down the line, building gets exhausting because it is a focused job and it's hard to stay current because there's always new people, new products coming up who have newer tools and frankly more time because it's a very intense, very focused task. So sales skills actually scale better over time. Like for example, if you have a reputation for building a great product, that's good. But when you ship your new product, I'm going to evaluate it based on the product. But if you have a reputation for being a good person to do business with, and you're persuasive and communicative, then that reputation almost becomes self-fulfilling. So I think if you only had to pick one, you kind of start with building and then transition to selling. This is a cop-out answer, but I think that is actually the right answer.
Before we go and talk about accountability and leverage and judgment, you've got a few tweets further down the line that I would put in the category of continuous learning. They're essentially, there is no skill called business, avoid business magazines and business class, study microeconomics, game theory, psychology, persuasion, ethics, mathematics, and computers. There's one other comment that you made in a Periscope that was, you should be able to pick up any book in the library and read it. And the last tweet in this category was, reading is faster than listening, doing is faster than watching.
Yeah, the most important tweet on this I don't even have in here, unfortunately, which is the foundation of learning is reading. I don't know a smart person who doesn't read and read all the time. And the problem is, what do I read? How do I read? Because for most people it's a struggle, it's a chore. So the most important thing is just to learn how to educate yourself. And the way to educate yourself is to develop a love for reading. So the tweet that is left out, the one that I was hinting at, is read what you love until you love to read. It's that simple. Everybody I know who reads a lot loves to read. And they love to read because they read books that they loved. It's a little bit of a catch-22, but you want to start off just reading wherever you are and then keep building up from there until reading becomes a habit. And then eventually you will just get bored of the simple stuff. So you may start off reading fiction, then you might graduate to science fiction, then you may graduate to nonfiction, then you may graduate to science or philosophy or mathematics or whatever it is. But take your natural path and just read the things that interest you until you understand them, and then you'll naturally move to the next thing, the next thing, the next thing. Now, there is an exception to this, which is where I was hinting with what things you actually do want to learn, which is at some point there's too much out there to read. And even reading is full of junk. There are actually things you can read, especially early on, that will program your brain a certain way. And then later things that you read, you will decide whether those things were true or false based on the earlier things. So it is important that you read foundational things. And foundational things, I would say, are the original books in a given field that are very scientific in their nature. So for example, instead of reading a business book, pick up Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations. Instead of reading a book on biology or evolution that's written today, I would pick up Darwin's Origin of Species. Instead of reading a book on biotech right now that may be very advanced, I would just pick up The Eighth Day of Creation by Watson and Crick. Instead of reading advanced books on what cosmology and what Neil deGrasse Tyson and Stephen Hawking have been saying, you can pick up Richard Feynman's 6 Easy Pieces and start with basic physics. If you understand the basics, especially in mathematics and physics and sciences, then you will not be afraid of any book. All of us have that memory of when we're sitting in class and we're learning mathematics, and it was all logical and all made sense until at one point the class moved too fast and we fell behind. And then after that, we were left memorizing equations, memorizing concepts without being able to derive them from first principles. And at that moment, we were lost. Because unless you're a professional mathematician, you're not going to remember those things. All you're going to remember are the techniques, the foundations. So you have to make sure that you're building on a steel frame of understanding, because you're putting together a foundation for a skyscraper. And you're not just memorizing things. If you're just memorizing things, you're lost. So the foundations are all important. And the ultimate is when you walk into a library and you look at it up and down and you don't fear any book. You know that you can take any book off the shelf, you can read it, you can understand it, you can absorb what is true, you can reject what is false, and you have a basis for even working that out that is logical and scientific and not purely just based on opinions. The beauty of the internet is the entire Library of Alexandria times 10 is at your fingertips at all times. It's not the means of education or the means of learning are scarce. The means of learning are abundant. It's the desire to learn that's scarce. So you really have to cultivate that desire. And it's not even cultivated, you have to not lose it. Children have a natural curiosity. If you go to a young child who's first learning language, they're pretty much always asking, what's this, what's that, why is this, who's that? They're always asking questions. But one of the problems is that schools And our educational system and even our way of raising children replaces curiosity with compliance. And once you replace the curiosity with the compliance, you get an obedient factory worker, but you no longer get a creative thinker. And you need creativity, you need that ability to feed your own brain to learn whatever you want. And to me, foundational things are principles, they're algorithms, they're deep-seated logical understanding where you can defend it or attack it from any angle. And that's why microeconomics is important, because macroeconomics, a lot of memorization, a lot of macro bullshit, as Nassim Taleb says, it is easier to macro bullshit than it is to micro bullshit. Because macroeconomics is voodoo complex science meets politics. You can't find two macroeconomists to agree on anything these days, and different macroeconomists get used by different politicians to peddle their different pet theories. There are even macroeconomists out there now peddling something called modern monetary theory, which says, hey, except for this pesky thing called inflation, we can just print all the money that we want. Yes, except for this pesky thing called inflation. That's like saying, instead of limited energy, we can fire rockets off into space all day long. It's just nonsense with the fact that there are people who have macroeconomists in their title who are peddling modern monetary theory. It just tells you that macroeconomics as a social science is corrupt. It's a pleasure politics. So, you know, when I focus on the foundations, foundation, the ultimate foundation are mathematics and logic. If you understand logic in mathematics, then you have the basis for understanding the scientific method. Once you understand the scientific method, then you can understand how to separate truth from falsehood in other fields and other things that you're reading. So be very careful about reading other people's opinions. And even be careful about reading facts, because so-called facts are often just opinions, but, you know, with a veneer around them. What you really are looking for is algorithms. What you're really looking for is understanding. It's better to go through a book really slowly and struggle and stumble and rewind than it is to fly through it quickly and say, well, now I've read 20 books, I've read 30 books, I've read 50 books in the field. It's like Bruce Lee said, I don't fear the man who knows 1,000 kicks and 1,000 punches. I fear the man who's practiced one punch 10,000 times or one kick 10,000 times. It's the understanding that comes through repetition and through usage and through logic and foundations that really makes you a smart thinker.
To lay a foundation for learning for the rest of your life, I think you need two things if I was going to try and sum it up. One, practical persuasion, and two, you need to go deep in some technical category, whether it's abstract math or you want to read Donald Knuth's books on algorithms or you want to read Feynman's lectures on physics. If you have practical persuasion and a deep understanding of some complex topic, I think you'll have a great foundation for learning for the rest of your life.
Yeah, if I could expand that a little bit, I would say that the 5 most important skills are, of course, reading, writing, arithmetic, and then as you are adding in persuasion, just talking, and then finally I would add computer programming, just because it's an applied form of arithmetic that just gets you so much leverage for free in any domain that you operate in. If you're good with computers, if you're good at basic mathematics, if you're good at writing, if you're good at speaking, and if you like reading, you're set for life. So in that sense, business to me is the bottom of the barrel. There's no actual skill called business. It's too generic of a thing. It's like a skill called relating, like relating to humans. That's not a skill, it's too broad. So a lot of what goes on in business schools, and there's some very intelligent stuff taught in business schools, I don't need to distract them completely, but some of the stuff that's taught in business school is essentially just anecdotes. They call it case studies, but it's just anecdotes. And they're trying to help you pattern match by throwing lots of data points at you, but the reality is you'll never understand them fully until you're actually in that position yourself. Even then, you will find that basic concepts from game theory and psychology and ethics and mathematics, computers and logic will serve you much, much better. So I would focus on the foundations, I would focus with a science bent, I would develop a love for reading, including by reading so-called junk food that you're not supposed to read. You don't have to read the classics. That is the foundation for your self-education.
What did you mean when you said that doing is faster than watching?
When it comes to your learning curve, if you want to optimize your learning curve, one of the reasons why I don't love podcasts, even though I'm a generator of podcasts, is that I like to consume my information very quickly. And now I'm a good reader, fast reader, and I can read very fast, but I can only listen at a certain speed. I know people listen to 2x, 3x, but everyone sounds like a chipmunk. and it's hard to go back, it's hard to highlight, it's hard to pinpoint snippets and save them in your notebook and so on. Similarly, a lot of people think they can become really skilled at something by watching others do it, or even by reading about others doing it. And going back to business school case studies, that's a classic example. They study other people's businesses, but in reality, you're going to learn a lot more about running a business by operating your own lemonade stand or equivalent, or even opening a little retail store down the street. That is how you're going to learn on the job, because a lot of the subtleties don't express themselves until you're actually running a business. For example, everyone's now into mental models these days, right? You go to Farnham Street, you go to Fort Charlie's Almanac, and you can learn all the different mental models. But which ones matter more? Which ones do you apply more often? Which ones matter in which circumstances? That's actually the hard part. For example, my personal learning has been that the principal agent problem drives so much in this world. It's an incentives problem. I've learned that tit for tat, in Prisoner's Dilemma, is the piece of game theory that is worth knowing the most. You can literally almost put down the game theory book after that. By the way, the best way to learn game theory is to play lots of games. I never even read game theory books. I consider myself extremely good at game theory. I've never opened up a game theory book and found a result in there where I was like, oh yeah, that's common sense to me. Because the reason is I just grew up playing all kinds of games, and I ran into all kinds of corner cases with all kinds of friends. And so it's just second nature to me. So you can always learn better by doing on the job. But the doing is a subtle thing. That word doing encapsulates a lot. So for example, let's say I want to learn how to run a business. Well, if I start a business where I go in every day and I'm doing the same thing, let's say I'm running a retail store down the street where I'm stocking the shelves with food and liquor every single day, I'm not going to learn that much because I'm repeating things a lot. So I'm putting in thousands of hours, but there are thousands of hours doing the same thing. Whereas if I was putting in thousands of iterations, that would be different. So the learning curve is across iterations. So if I was trying new marketing experiments in the store all the time, I was constantly changing out the inventory, I was constantly changing out the branding and the messaging, I was constantly changing the sign, I was constantly changing the online channels that are used to drive foot traffic in, I was experimenting with being open at different hours. If I even had the ability to walk around and talk to other store owners and get in their books and figure out how they're running their business, it's the number of iterations that drives the learning curve. So the more iterations you can have, the more shots on goal you can have, the faster you're going to learn. It's not just about the hours put in. It's actually a combination of the two, but I think just the way we're built and the way that the world presents itself, the world offers us very easily the opportunity to do the same thing over and over and over again. But really, we'd be better served if we went off and found ways to do new things from scratch. And doing something new the first time is painful because you're wandering into uncertain territory and high odds are that you will fail. So you just have to get very, very comfortable with frequent small failures. Nassim Taleb talks about this also. He made his fortune, his wealth, by being a trader who relied upon black swans. Nassim Taleb made money by essentially losing little bits of money every day, and then once in a blue moon, he would make a lot of money when the unthinkable happened for other people. Whereas most people want to make little bits of money every day, and in exchange, they'll tolerate lots of low risk. They'll tolerate going completely bankrupt. We're not involved to bleed a little bit every day. If you're out in the natural environment and you get a cut and you're literally bleeding a little bit every day, you will eventually die. You have to stop that cut. We're evolved for small victories all the time, but that becomes very expensive. That's where the crowd is. That's where the herd is. So if you're willing to bleed a little bit every day, but in exchange you will win big later, you will do better. That is, by the way, entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs bleed every day. They're not making money. They're losing money. They're constantly stressed out. All the responsibilities upon them, but when they win big. On average, they'll make more.
So why don't we jump into accountability, which I thought was pretty interesting, and I think you have your own unique take on it. So the first tweet on accountability was, embrace accountability and take business risks under your own name. Society will reward you with responsibility, equity, and leverage.
Yeah, so to get rich, you're going to need leverage, and leverage comes in labor, it comes in capital, or it can come through code or media. But most of these, like labor and capital, people have to give to you. For labor, somebody has to follow you. For capital, somebody has to give you money or assets to manage or machines. So to get these things, you have to build up credibility, and you have to do those under your own name as much as possible, which is risky. So accountability is a double-edged thing. It allows you to take credit when things go well and to bear the brunt of the failure when things go badly. So in that sense, people who are stamping their names on things aren't foolish, they're just confident. Maybe it turns out to be foolish in the end, but if you look at a Kanye or an Oprah or a Trump or an Elon or anyone like that, these people can get rich just off their name because their name is such powerful branding. Regardless of what you think of Trump, you have to realize that the guy was among the best in the world at just branding his name. Why would you go to Trump Casino? It used to be because of Trump. Why would you go to Trump Tower? Because of Trump. When it came time to vote, I think that a lot of voters just went in and said Trump. They recognized the name. So the name recognition paid off. Same thing with Oprah. She puts her brand on something, her name on something, and it flies off the shelves, and it's like instant validator. But these people also take risks for putting their name out there. Obviously, Trump is now probably hated by half or more than half of the country and by a big chunk of the world because he sticks his name out there. By putting your name out there, you become a celebrity, and fame has many, many downsides. It's better to be anonymous and rich than to be poor and famous, but even famous and rich has a lot of downsides associated with it. You're always in the public eye. So accountability is quite important. When you're working to build a product, or you're working in a team, or you're working in a business, we are constantly drummed into our heads how important it is to be part of a team, and absolutely agree with that. A lot of our training socially is telling us to not stick our necks out of the crowd. There's a saying that I hear from Australian friends that the tall poppy gets cut, right? Don't stick your neck out. But I would say that actually a really, really well-functioning team is small and has clear accountability for each of the different portions. So you can say, okay, this person is responsible for building the product, this person is responsible for the messaging, this person is responsible for raising money, this person is responsible for the pricing strategy and maybe the online advertising. So if somebody screws up, you know exactly who's responsible, while at the same time if something goes really well, you also know exactly who's responsible. So if you have a small team and you have clearly delineated responsibilities, then you can still keep a very high level of accountability. And accountability is really important because when something succeeds or fails, if it fails, everybody points fingers at each other, and if it succeeds, everybody steps forward to take credit. And we've all had that experience when we were in school and we got like a group assignment to do, and there were people in there, there were probably a few people in there who did a lot of the work, and then there were a few people who just did a lot of grandstanding or positioning to do the work. So we're all familiar with this from a childhood sense, but it is uncomfortable to talk about. But clear accountability is important. Without accountability, you don't have incentives. Without accountability, you can't build credibility. But you take risk. So you take risk of failure, you take risk of humiliation, you take risk of failure under your own name, which, luckily in modern society, there's no more debtor's prison and people don't go to jail or get executed for losing other people's money, but we're still socially hardwired to not fail in public under our own names. And the people who have the ability to fail in public under their own names actually gain a lot of power. For example, I'll give a personal anecdote. Up until about 2013, 2014, my public persona was entirely around startups and investing. And only around 2014, 2015 did I start talking about philosophy and psychological things and broader things. And it made me a little nervous because I was doing it under my own name. And there were definitely people in the industry who sent me messages to the back channel like, what are you doing? You're ending your career. This is stupid. And I just went with it. I took a risk. Same with crypto early on. I took a risk. But when you put your name out there, you take a risk with certain things, you also get to reap the rewards, you get the benefits. Accountability is important because that's how you're going to get leverage, that's how you're going to get credibility. It's also how you're going to get equity. You're going to get a piece of the business. When you're negotiating with other people, ultimately, if someone else is making a decision about how to compensate you, that decision will be based on how replaceable you are. And if you have high accountability, that makes you less replaceable, and then they have to give you equity, which is a piece of the upside. But equity itself is a good example because equity is also a risk-based instrument. Equity means you get paid everything after all the people who need guaranteed money are paid back. So if you look at the hierarchy of capital in a company, the employees get paid first. They get to pay the salary first. Like, legal proceedings, the salaries are sacrosanct. If you're a board member and the company spends too much money and has back salaries to pay, the government will go after you. Employees get the most security, but in exchange for that security, they don't have as much upside. Then next in...
Okay, let me say poops. Chicken poops. Chicken poops in her lap. In her lap. Chicken poops. Bus. The bus.
Boss.
Boss. Bus. Bus. 这个你刚去了。
Bus.
Bus. Bus. Bus. Bus. Bus.
Bus.
Bus. Okay. Your boss. Boss. 怎么理解？我觉得没有读准。Boss. Okay. Bus. 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 But. Okay. Hood. Okay. 前重读的比较重的写成 bus. 发音那个 bus. Okay, 这样的。That's right. It's correct. But I'm not here. Boss? Oh my god. With the screaming guy and the spinning. You got here is store. We're on the bus. We're on the bus. We're on the bus. This is eating 200 years old, right? 200 underneath. Chicken poops. People poops. Yeah. Oh, that was poops. What the poops in her lap. Oh, and the chicken poops in her lap. We're on the bus, and that's easily 200 years old. We're on the bus. We're on the bus. We're on this bus. That's we're on the bus. We're on this bus. We're on this bus. That's easily 200 years old, right? 200 at least. 200 at least. And this guy. Oh. And this guy and the chicken poops in her lap. Oh. I'm sorry. I just gave the way ending. I just gave the ending, didn't I? I'm sorry. I just gave the ending. I just gave the way the ending. I just gave the way the ending, didn't I? I just gave the way the ending, didn't I? I just gave the way the ending, didn't I? Oh. I just heard this story. I just heard this story in the cab. I just heard this story in the cab, and it is all I can think about. Oh, I just heard this story in the cab, and it is all I can think about. I just heard this story in the cab, and it is all I can think about. And it is all I can think about. I just heard this story in the cab, and it is all I can think about. This is amazing. I mean, how did this? I mean, how did this happen? Ross and I were in grad school together. Ross and I were in grad school together. Bus. Okay, you know, great. graduate,
grad,
Ross and I were in grad school together. Ross and I were in grad school together. We haven't. Okay, Ross and I were in grad school together. Okay, Ross and I were in grad school together. We haven't seen each other since then. We haven't seen each other since then. Island in China. Guess who? Island in China. Guess who's in charge of the dig? Guess who's in charge of the dig? Guess who's in charge of the dig? Screaming guy. Emergency bag. Crap. Or snow. Someone especially trying to crappy. Cat. Part of vehicle. This separate from part of a large vehicle, such as a truck, bus, and map. Charging. To ask. Guess who's in charge of the dig? And in China, guess who's in charge? Guess who's in charge of the dig? Charge. To ask an amount of money for something, especially as service or activity. How much? What do you change it for? In charge of. Let me see. In charge of. Inform charge of. No, not this. Charge of. Charge for. The local museum doesn't charge. To ask amount of money or something, especially services. Charge. To ask an amount of money for something, especially a service or activity. Okay, to make a following something is because she's been charged with murder. She's been charged murder. Bank in charge of. And water. Explosive. Were. It are charged. Confirm. Charger. Okay. Alright. Charge. Money. Accuser. Formally. Move forward. to move forward quickly and violently, especially toward something that has caused ceremony. In charge. Control. Okay, control. Being the person who had being the person who has control of or is responsible for someone or something. In charge of who will be in charge of the department when so who will be in charge of the department when Sophie leaves. In charge of. Okay, I mix it. In charge of control. And guess who's in charge of the dig? Julie. Charge of the dig. Guess who's in charge of the dig? Guess who's in charge of the dig? Dig. Guess who's in charge of the dig?
It's an expression. Great. How did this happen? Well, Ross and I were grad school together.
Since then, when I landed in China, guess who?
And in China, and guess who's in charge of the dig? In charge. Guess who's in charge of control? Control. Being the person who has control of or is responsible for someone or something. Being the person who has being the person who has control of or is responsible for someone or something. Being the person who has control of or is responsible for someone or something. Being the person who has control of or is responsible for someone or something. In charge of who will be in charge of the department when Sophia leaves. Being the person who has control of or is responsible for someone or something. In charge of who will be in charge of the department when Sophie leaves. In charge of being the person who has control of or is responsible for someone or something. In charge of who will be in charge of the department when Sophie leaves. Island in China, and we have Ross and I were in grad school together.
Oh, Rachel!
Pepper.
Ross!
What's that?
Not alone!
I don't know.
Julie! Arm around her! Oh! Great!
Dad, think she's trying to tell us something. Quick, get the verbs.
Quick, get the verbs.
This is Chandler.
Johnny.
Screaming guy.
And the
Oh my.
spitting and the
Spitting.
You gotta hear this story.
We're on this bus that's easily 200 years old, right?
No, it's spitting. No spitting. Okay, let me see. It's spitting. I think I forgot this means. I think I forgot this means. Spitting knife. Spit. To force out the contents of the mouse is reference. Bob Jules spat. Contemptuous in the lawyer face. Yes, bad. To cry. To cry verses and then loudly and usually on a high note, especially because of strong emotion, because of strong emotions such as fear, excitement or anger. The children screamed in delight as they snedded down the hill. Some people still trapped in the wreckage screamed for help. To cry or sing something loudly and usually on a high note, especially because of strong emotions such as fear, excitement or anger. The children screamed spat. They bought a watermelon and eat them as they were spitting on the seat. Okay? To force out the contents of the mouth. As to force out the contents of the mouth, especially loud. In the lawyer face, his bite they meet. Spit. Okay, swimming again, the spitting. Okay, spitting. Okay, to force out the contents of the mouth, especially to force out the contents of the mouth, especially to force out the contents of the mouth, especially Bob U.S. spat contemptuous. Bob U.L. spat contemptuously in the lawyer's face. To force out. To force out the contents of the mouth, especially Okay, we haven't seen each other since then. I landed in China. Guess who's in charge of the dig? June. June, into that grade, into that just the kick you in the crotch, kick you in just crotch, kick. To hit someone or something with the, to hit someone or something with the feet, or to move the feet or neck suddenly and violently. Okay, is that just kick you in the crotch? Spit on your neck. Fantastic. Spit on your neck. Fantastic. It's expression. Okay, is into that just kick you in the crotch. Crotch. What does this mean? Kick. Crotch. The part of your body where your legs join at the top. The part of your body where your legs join at the top, or the part of pants, or the part of pants or underwear that covers this area. The part of your body where your legs join at the top, or the part of pants or underwear that covers this area. Okay, just kick you in the crotch, spit on your neck. Fantastic. Into that just kick you in the crotch, spit on your leg. Fantastic. Spit on your neck. Fantastic.
Who's in charge of the dig?
Julie! Julie, isn't that great? I mean, isn't it?
Spit on your neck. Fantastic. That just kick you in crotch. That just kick you in the crotch. 这种表达方式吗？ Into that just kick you in the crotch. Just kick you in the crotch. Into that just kick you in the crotch. Just spit on your neck. Fantastic. Into that just kick you in the crotch. Just kick you in the crotch. In that spit on your neck. Fantastic. Internet just kick you in the crotch. Internet just kick you in the crotch. Spit on your leg. Fantastic. It's an expression. It's an expression. It's an expression. Okay, we just wanted to say quick hi. I just wanted to say a quick hi. Then we're gonna go see the baby. We just wanted to say a quick hi. Then we're gonna go see the baby, and then we're gonna get some sleep. And then we're gonna get some sleep. Yeah, it's really 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Yeah, it's really 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Our time. Well, listen. Don't tell us what's gonna happen though, because I like to be surprised. Bye bye. Okay. We just wanted to say a quick hi. Then we're gonna go see the baby, and then we're gonna get some sleep. Yeah, it's really 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Our time. Well, listen. Don't tell us what's gonna happen though, because I like to be surprised. Yeah, it's really 6 o'clock tomorrow night, our time. Well, listen. Don't tell us what's gonna happen though, because I like to be surprised. Because I like to be surprised. We just wanted to say a quick hi. Then we're gonna go see the baby, and then we're gonna go, and then we're gonna get, and then we're gonna. And then we're gonna get some sleep. And then we're gonna get some sleep. And then we're gonna get some sleep. Yeah, it's really 6 o'clock tomorrow night, our time. Well, listen. Don't tell us what's gonna happen though, because I like to be surprised. Bye bye. Yeah, it's really 6 o'clock tomorrow night, our time. Well, listen. Don't tell us what's gonna happen though, because I like to be surprised. Because I like to be surprised. Because I like to be surprised. Bye bye. Because I like to be surprised. Bye bye. Yeah, it's really 6 o'clock tomorrow night, our time. Well, listen. Don't tell us what's gonna happen though, because I like to be surprised. We just wanted to say a quick hi. Then we're gonna go see the baby, and then we're gonna get some sleep. Yeah, it's really 6 o'clock tomorrow night, our time. Well, listen. Don't tell us what's gonna happen. Okay. Well, listen. Don't tell us what's gonna happen though, because I like to be surprised. Okay. Rich, can I get some coffee? Thank you. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Hi, Rich. Did you talk to him? Did you talk to him yet? Did you talk to him yet? No. Then no. Then no. So, what the hell happened to your in channel? What the hell happened to your in channel? What the hell happened to your in channel? When last we left you, you were totally in love with, you know. I know. I was. When last we left you, you were totally in love with, you know. When last when last we left you, you were totally in love with, you know. So what the hell happened to you in China? So what the hell happened to you in China? I mean, when last we left you, you were totally in love with, you know. I know, I know. But there was always the voice inside that kept saying, "It's never gonna happen. Move on." You know whose voice that was? Okay, I know, I was. But there was always that little. Okay, but there was always this little voice inside that kept saying, "It's never gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. Move on." You know whose voice that was? God? It was you, pal. It was you, pal. It was you, pal. Well, maybe it was God doing me. Well, maybe it got ghost doing me. Okay, maybe it was ghost doing me. Yeah, like this. Maybe it was God doing me. Maybe it was. Well, maybe it was God doing me. Look, you were right. She looks at. Look, you were right. She looks at me and says, "A friend." That's all. And then I met Julie, and I don't know. We're having a great time. Look, you're right. She looks at me and says, "A friend." That's all. And then I met Julie, and I don't know. We're having a great time. And I have to say I never would have gone for it with her if it hadn't been for you. You were right. She looks at me and says, "A friend." And that's all. And then I met Junie, and I don't know. We're having a great time, and I have to say I never would have gone for it with her if it hadn't been for you. And I have to say I never would have gone for it with her. And I have to say I never would have gone for it with her if it hadn't been for you. If it hadn't been for you. Okay. If it hadn't been for you. Oh gosh. My God. Well, you owe me one big guy. You owe me one big guy. Well, you owe me one big guy. Well, you owe me one big guy. Oh, well, you owe me one big guy. Here's your lemonade. Here's your lemonade. I didn't water lemonade. Here's your lemonade. I didn't water lemonade. I didn't water lemonade. Oh, me one guy.
Would be the debt holders who are maybe the bankers who lent money to the company for operations, and they need to make their fixed coupon every month or every year, but they don't get much more upside beyond that. Now they might be making 5, 10, 15, 20, 25% a year, but that's where their upside is limited to.
And then finally are the equity holders. And these people are actually going to get most of the upside. So once the debt holders are paid off and the salaries are paid off, whatever remains goes to them. But if there isn't enough money to pay off the salaries and the debt holders, or if there's just enough to pay off the salary and the debt holders, which is what happens with most businesses most of the times, the equity holders get nothing. So the equity holders take on greater risk, but then they take on, in exchange, they get nearly unlimited upside. And you can do the same with all of your work. So essentially, taking accountability for your actions is the same as taking an equity position in all of your work. You're essentially taking greater downside risk and greater upside risk. But realize that in modern society, the downside risk is not that large. Even personal bankruptcy can wipe the debts clean in good ecosystems. I'm most familiar with Silicon Valley, but generally people will forgive failures as long as you were honest and made a high integrity effort. So there's not really that much to fear in terms of failure. And so people should be taking on a lot more accountability than they actually are.
Is accountability actually fragile, or do you really just mean that we're hardwired not to fail in public, so it just feels like it's a fragile thing?
I think it could actually be fragile. Like, example of accountability is you're an airplane pilot. As a captain, you're taking on accountability for the entire plane. Let's say that something goes wrong with the aircraft, you can't later blame it on anyone else. You can't blame it on the steward or the stewardess. You can't blame it on the co-pilot. You're the captain. You're responsible for the ship. And if you screw up, you crash the ship, and there are immediate consequences. In the old days, the captain was expected to go down with the ship. If the ship was sinking, literally the last person who got to get off was the captain. So yeah, I think accountability does come with real risks, but we're talking about in a business context. So the risk here would be that you would probably be the last one to get your capital back out. You'd be the last one to get paid for your time. So, the time that you put in, the capital that you put in into the company, these are what are at risk. Even if a business fails and your name's on it, that's not as bad as if it turns out to be an integrity issue. Like your Bernie Madoff, for example, Madoff Investments. That name is never going to be good again in the investment community. You could be Bernie Madoff's great-great-great-grandson. You are not going to go into the investment business because you ruined the family name. So I think these days, the accountability risk with the name happens more around integrity rather than it does around purely economic failure.
The big takeaway for me on accountability is that you will be rewarded directly in proportion with your accountability. I also think this is why people like Taleb rail against CEOs who get rewards without accountability.
Yeah, Taleb's Skin in the Game is required reading if you want to get anywhere in modern life and understand how modern systems work. Then Skin in the Game would be near top of my list to read. But yes, accountability, skin in the game, these concepts go very closely hand in hand. I think of accountability as reputational skin in the game. It's putting your personal reputation on the line as skin in the game. Accountability is a simple concept. The only part of accountability that may be a little counterintuitive is that we're currently socially brainwashed to not take on accountability, not in a visible way. But I think there are ways to take on accountability where every member of a team can take on accountability for their portion. And that is how you get a well-functioning team while still putting credits and losses in the correct columns.
So why don't we talk a little bit about leverage? The first tweet in the storm was a famous quote from Archimedes, which was, "Give me a lever long enough and a place to stand, and I will move the earth." The next tweet was, "Fortunes require leverage. Business leverage comes from capital, people, and products with no marginal cost of replication."
Leverage is critical. The reason I stuck an Archimedes quote in there is normally I don't like putting other people's quotes in my Twitter. Like, that doesn't add any value. You can go look up those people's quotes. But this quote I had to put in there because it's just so fundamental. I read it when I was very, very young, and it had a huge impression on me. And we all know what leverage is when we use a seesaw or a lever. We understand how that works physically. But I think what our brains aren't really well evolved to comprehend is how much leverage is possible in modern society and what the newest forms of leverage are. And so the oldest form of leverage is labor, which is people working for you. So instead of me lifting rocks, I can have 10 people lift rocks. And just by my guidance on where the rocks should go, a lot more rocks get moved than I could do myself. Everybody understands this because we're evolved to understand the labor form of leverage. And so what happens is society overvalues labor as a form of leverage. This is why your parents are impressed when you get a promotion and you have lots of people working underneath you. This is why when a lot of naive people, when you tell them about your company, they'll say how many people work there. They'll use that as a way to establish credibility. They're trying to measure how much leverage and impact you actually have. Or when someone starts a movement, they'll say how many people they have or how big the army is. We just automatically assume that more people is better. But I would argue that this is the worst form of leverage that you could possibly use. Managing other people is incredibly messy. It requires tremendous leadership skills. You're one short hop from a mutiny or getting eaten or torn apart by the mob. It's incredibly competed over. Entire civilizations have been destroyed over this fight. For example, communism, Marxism, is all about the battle between capital and labor, das Kapital and das Labor, right? So it's a trap. So you really want to stay out of labor-based leverage. You want the minimum amount of people working with you that are going to allow you to use the other forms of leverage, which I would argue are much more interesting. The second type of leverage is capital. And this one's a little less hardwired into us because large amounts of money moving around and being saved and being invested in money markets, these are inventions of human beings the last few hundred to few thousand years. They're not evolved with us from hundreds of thousands of years. So we understand them a little bit less well. They probably require more intelligence to use correctly, and the ways in which we use them keep changing. Management skills from 100 years ago might still apply today, but investing in the stock market skills from 100 years ago probably don't apply to the same level today. So capital is a trickier form of leverage to use. It's more modern. It's the one that people have used to get fabulously wealthy in the last century. It's probably been the dominant form of leverage in the last century. And you can see this by who are the richest people. It's bankers, politicians in corrupt countries who print money, essentially people who move large amounts of money around. And if you look at the top of very large companies, outside of technology companies, in many, many large old companies, the CEO job is really a financial job. They're really financial asset managers. Now, sometimes an asset manager can put a pleasant face on it, so you get a Warren Buffett type. But deep down, I think we all dislike capital as a form of leverage because it feels unfair, because it's this invisible thing that can be accumulated and passed across generations and suddenly seems to result in people having gargantuan amounts of money with nobody else kind of around them or necessarily sharing in it. That said, capital is a powerful form of leverage. It can be converted to labor. It can be converted to other things. It's very surgical, very analytical. If you are a brilliant investor and you have $1 billion and you can make a 30% return with it, where anybody else can only make a 20% return, you're going to get all the money and you're going to get paid very handsomely for it. It scales very, very well. If you get good at managing capital, you can manage more and more capital much more easily than manage more and more people. So it is a good form of leverage, but the hard part with capital is how do you obtain it? And that's why I talked about specific knowledge and accountability first. If you have specific knowledge in a domain, and if you're accountable and you have a good name in that domain, then people are going to give you capital as a form of leverage that you can use to then go get more capital. So, but capital also is fairly well understood, and I think a lot of the knocks against capitalism come because of the accumulation of capital. The most interesting and the most important form of leverage is this idea of products that have no marginal cost of replication. This is the new form of leverage. This is only invented in the last few hundred years. It got started with the printing press. It accelerated with broadcast media, and now it's really blown up with the internet and with code. So now you can multiply your efforts without having to involve other humans and without needing money from other humans. This podcast is a form of leverage. Long ago, I would have had to sit in a lecture hall and lecture each of you personally, and I would have maybe reached a few hundred people, and that would have been that. 30 years ago, I would have to be lucky to get on TV, which is somebody else's leverage. They would have distorted the message, they would have taken the economics out of it or charged me for it. They would have muddled the message, and I would have been lucky to get that form of leverage. But today, thanks to the internet, I can buy a cheap microphone, hook it up to a laptop or an iPad, and there you are, all listening. So this newest form of leverage is where all the new fortunes are made. So all the new billionaires, the last generation fortunes were made by capital. That was the Warren Buffett of the world. But the new generation fortunes are all made through code or media. Joe Rogan making 50 to 100 million bucks a year from his podcasts. PewDiePie. I don't know how much money he's rolling in, but he's bigger than the news, right? The Fortnite players. Of course, Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg and Larry Page and Sergey Brin and Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. That is all code-based.
How to name it? I didn't order lemonade. Oh, well, then you get a bag. Oh, then you... Oh, well, then you... Oh well, then you better go take that back. Well, then you bet. Well. Oh well. Oh well, then you better go take that back. They are gonna charge you for that. They're gonna charge you for that. They're gonna charge you for that. That's all. They're gonna charge you. They're gonna charge you. They're gonna charge you for that. They're gonna charge you for that. Okay, they're gonna charge you for that. Charge you for that. I need a water.
The beauty is when you combine all of these. That's where tech startups really excel. Where you take just the minimum but highest output labor that you can get, which are engineers and designers, product developers, and then you add in capital. You use that for marketing, advertising, scaling, and you add in lots of code and media and podcasts and content to get it all out there. That is a magic combination, and that's why you see technology startups explode out of nowhere, use massive leverage, and just make huge outsized returns.
Do you want to talk a little bit about permissioned versus permissionless?
Yeah.
Probably the most interesting thing to keep in mind about the new forms of leverage is they are permissionless. They don't require somebody else's permission for you to use them or succeed. For labor leverage, somebody has to decide to follow you. For capital leverage, somebody has to give you money to invest or to turn into a product. But coding, writing books, recording podcasts, tweeting, YouTubing, these kinds of things, these are permissionless. You don't need anyone's permission to do them. And that's why they're very egalitarian. They're great equalizers of leverage. And as much as people may rail on Facebook and YouTube, they're not going to stop using it because this permissionless leverage where everyone can be a broadcaster is just too good. The same way, you can rail upon Apple for having a slightly closed ecosystem in the iPhone, but everyone's writing apps for it. And so as long as you can write apps for it, you can get rich or reach users doing that, why not? I think of all the forms of leverage, the best one in modern society, and people this is glib, this is a little overused, and this is why I tell people learn to code, right? It's that we have this idea that in the future, there's going to be these robots, and they're going to be doing everything. And that may be true, but I would say the majority of the robot revolution has already happened. The robots are already here, and there are way more robots than there are humans. It's just that we pack them in data centers for heat and efficiency reasons. We put them in servers, they're inside the computers. All the circuits, the robot mind inside that's doing all the work. And so every great software developer, for example, now has an army of robots working for him at nighttime while he or she sleeps after they've written the code, and it's just cranking away. So the robots army is already here. The robot revolution has already happened. We're about halfway through it. We're just adding in much more of the hardware component these days. As we get more familiar, we get more comfortable with the idea of autonomous vehicles and autonomous airplanes and autonomous ships and maybe autonomous trucks and there's delivery bots and Boston Dynamics robots and all that. But robots who are doing web searching for you, for example, are already here. The ones who are like cleaning up your video and audio and transmitting it around the world are already here. The ones who are answering many customer service queries, things that you would have had to call a human for, are already here. So an army of robots is already here. It's very cheaply available, and the bottleneck is just figuring out intelligent and interesting things to do to them. And essentially, you can order this army of robots around. Just the commands have to be issued in a computer language, in the language that they understand. So these robots aren't very smart. They have to be told very precisely what to do and how to do it. So coding is such a great superpower because now you can speak the language of the robot armies and you can tell them what to do.
And I think at this point, actually, people are not only commanding the army of robots within servers through code, they're actually manipulating the movement of trucks, of other people. Just ordering a package on Amazon, you're manipulating the movement of many people and many robots to get a package delivered to you. People are doing the same things to build businesses now. So there's the army of robots within servers, and then there's also an army of actual robots and people that are being manipulated through software.
That's expensive.
Labor and capital are much less egalitarian, not just in their inputs, but in their outputs. Let's say that I need something that humans have to provide, like if I want a massage, or if I need someone to cook my food. The more of a human element there is in providing that service, the less egalitarian it is. Jeff Bezos probably has much better vacations than most of us, right? Because he has lots of humans running around doing whatever he needs to do. But if you look at the output of code and media, Jeff Bezos doesn't get to watch better movies and TV than we do. Jeff Bezos doesn't get to even have a better computing experience. Like Google doesn't give him some premium special Google account where his searches are better. It's the nature of code and media output that the same product is accessible to everybody. And it turns into a positive sum game, where if Jeff Bezos is consuming the same product as 1,000 other people, that product's to be better than the version that Jeff would consume on his own. Whereas with other products, that's not true. If you look at something like buying a Rolex, which is no longer about telling time, it's a signaling good. It's all about showing off, I have a Rolex. That's a zero-sum game. If everybody in the world is wearing a Rolex, then people don't want to wear Rolexes anymore because they no longer signal. It's canceled out the effect. And so rich people do have an advantage in consuming that product. They'll just price it up till only they can have Rolexes, and then poor people can't have Rolexes, and Rolexes resume their signaling value. But something like watching Netflix or using Google or using Facebook or YouTube, or even, frankly, modern day cars. Like, rich people don't have better cars, they just have weirder cars. You can't drive a Lamborghini on the street at any speed that makes sense for a Lamborghini, so it's actually a worth.
Okay. Here's your limit. I didn't water limit. I need a water. I need a water limit. Okay. I didn't have say. I didn't have say. Okay. Here's your limit. I didn't hold the limit. Oh well, then you get back. Then you better. Okay. Oh well, then you better go take that back. They're gonna charge you. They're gonna charge you for that. They're gonna charge you for that. They're gonna charge you for it. Go, come on. Okay. So what did you find out? So what did you find out? He said. What did you find out? He said they are having a great time. He said they're having a great time. He said they're having a great time. I'm sorry, what? But this never lining. If you wanna say it, is that he made this decision all by himself without any outside help whatsoever. Okay. By the silver lining. Why then? Silver lining. Silver lining. Okay, silver lining. Okay, but the silver lining. But the silver lining. If you want to say it, is that made this decision all by himself, without. If you want to say it, is that he made this decision all by himself, without any outside help whatsoever. How is you have really want to say it. You have really. How is that a silver lining? Okay. But the silver lining. Okay. But the silver lining. But the gold lining. I can say gold lining. Okay. Golden lining. Not this. Golden. Crotch. Kick your crotch. will kick your crotch. I will kick your ass. Yeah, that right? So, no, not this. Not this. So right was. You have to really want to say it. You have to really want to say it. Okay, but the server lining. But the server line, if you want to say it, then he made this decision all by himself, all by himself, without any outside help whatsoever. How is that a server lining? Self-lining. You have to really want to say it. you have to really want to say it. You have to really want to say it. Okay. How is that a self-lining? You have to really want to say it. You have to really want to say it. But this self-lining, if you want to say it, is that he made this decision all by himself, without any outside help whatsoever. Without any outside help whatsoever. How is that a self-lining? You have to really want to say it. 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 That's interesting. That's interesting. You have to really want to say it. How is that a self-lining? You have to really want to say it. You have to really want to say it. How is that a self-lining? You have to really want to say it. You have to really want to say it. But this self-lining, if you want to say it, is that he made this decision. Okay, go. Gold. Gold.
Gold.
Gold. Gold. Gold. Gold. Gold lining. Gold lining. Gold line. Is that right? How is that as a sell? How is that self-lining? You have to really want to say it. You have really. You have to. I have to. Are you? Ironically, these guys were picked last in gym. 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 Hey, baby. Hey, Fibs. You know what I'm thinking. Ironically, these guys were picked last in gym. Okay, ironically. Okay, this word I've dropped. Ironically. No. Is that right? Not right. Ironically, dig. To break up and more soil, use a tool, a machine, or your hands. Or lower it. Or away from. Use it to say. Kick it up. Told me. not at all. Ironically, yes, I'm ready. Ironically, pick to authority. Okay, you know, he has no respect for authority whatsoever. Without any outside help. Without any help whatsoever. I don't know whatsoever. Used after a negative phrase to add emphasis to the idea that is being expressed. Right? What is without any outside help whatsoever? Used after a negative phrase. Phrase. Whatsoever. You know, I can tell you. Phrase. I didn't have an idea. I didn't reach that yet. I didn't reach that yet. My purpose. I didn't reach my purpose yet. Used after a negative phrase. Discover phrase. Okay. Used after a negative phrase to add emphasis to the idea that is being expressed. Hi. Curry your lemonade. I didn't want to lemonade. Oh well, then you better go with it. Ironically. In a way that is interesting. In a way that is interesting, strange, or funny because of being very different from what you would expect. In a way that is interesting, strange, or funny because of being very different from what you expect. These guys were picked in ironically, in a way that is interesting, strange, or funny because of being very different from what you would expect. Ironically, I'm not understand company. Understand a bit. I can express that idea, not much more. And I need more than example to and I should understand by more manners. Okay, manners. You know that is interesting, strange, or funny because of being very different from what you expect. In a way that suggests. You mean they opposite of what you are saying, more or not serious. Ironically, these guys were picked last in June. Ironically, these guys were picked last in June. Okay, these guys were picked to pick something and leave others. Ironically, these guys were picked in last June. Ironically, these guys were picked last in June. These guys were picked last in June. Ironically, these guys were picked last in June. Hi, Fibs. Fibs. You know what I'm thinking. You know what I'm thinking. You know what I'm thinking. Oh, okay. How? It's been so long since. Take it. Oh, okay. How? It's been so long since you had sex. You're wondering if they've changed it. How? Okay. Oh, okay. How? It's been so long since you had sex. You're wondering if you know what I'm thinking. Oh, okay. How? It's been so long since you had sex. You're wondering if they've changed it. You're wondering if they've changed that. No, no, that's no. That's what I'm thinking. All right. What were you thinking? All right. What were you thinking? Well, I was thinking that you gave the guys such great haircuts. I thought you'd maybe like to be. I thought you'd maybe like to do mine. Oh no, why not? Because I'm incredibly anal. Because I'm just incredibly anal and unbelievable and an unbelievable control freak. Incredible. No, you're not. And no, I'm not. But you are. I will try to spare your feelings. Okay. I'm incredibly anal. Ironically, you know what that is interesting or funny because of being very different from what you expect. Incredibly and anal relating to the incredibly anal. Present. Anal. Incredible. That is interesting. Incredible. You're the foreseeing that something is very different to begin. You're the foreseeing that you're the foreseeing that something is very difficult to believe. Incredibly. difficult to believe. Use the first saying that something is very difficult to believe. Incredibly. No one was hurt. No one was hurt in the accident. Incredibly. No one was hurt in the incredibly. 这是问题。Okay. Use the first saying that something is very difficult to believe. Use the first saying that something is very difficult to believe. Incredibly, no one was hurt in the accident. Use the first saying that something is very difficult to believe. Incredible. Okay. Use the first thing. Incredibly. Because I'm incredibly anal and unbelievable kind of freak. Incredible anal. Incredible. And incredibly and I'm very incredibly anal.这个怎么理解啊？Incredibly anal and unbelievable.
Why not? Because I'm incredibly anal.
I'm incredibly anal. Because I'm incredibly anal and the unbelievable country freak. And unbelievable. Incredibly anal. Okay.
No, and an unbelievable control
And
freak.
unbelievable.
You're not. Why not?
I'm incredibly anal and okay, no, not this. And unbelievable country freak. And unbelievable country freak.
100 at least.
Well, Ross and I were in grad school
Because I'm incredibly
anal
and control freak.
You're not?
No, you're not.
I'm incredibly anal and an unbelievable control freak.
You're not?
No, you're not.
I know I'm not, but you are.
But you are.
I'm trying to spare your feelings.
I'm trying to spare your feelings. I'm trying. Okay, I'm trying to spare your feelings. I'm incredibly anal and incredible anal. 알지 있어. Incredible anal and wait.
Things when they're upset.
My God, if I had a nickel for every guy I wish I had. Not even close? Hal, it's been so long since you've had sex, you're wondering if they've changed it? Not even close? No, although now that's what I'm thinking. Alright, so what were you thinking? Well, I was thinking that you gave the guy such great haircuts, I thought maybe you'd like to do mine. Oh, no. Why not? Because I'm incredibly anal.
I'm incredibly anal because I'm just touching. Because I'm just. I'm incredibly anal. I guess I'll take it. I'm incredibly anal. Okay, because I'm just incredibly anal and unbelievable kind of freak. No, you're not. I know I'm not. But you are. I'm trying to spare your feelings.
I know I'm not, but you are.
But you are.
I'm trying to spare your feelings.
I'm trying to spare your feelings. Feelings.
I know I'm not, but you are. I'm trying to spare your feelings.
Feelings. I was trying to spare your feelings. Try spare. Spare. I know. Unbelievable. Great. Spare. If something is spare, it is. I'm trying to spare your feelings. Okay. If something is spare, it is. Okay, I'm trying to spare your feelings. Spare time. I'm trying to spare your feelings. I'm critically and unbelievable.
I know I'm not, but
But
you are.
I was trying to spare your feelings. I was trying to spare your feelings. Hi, hello. I know I'm not, but you are. I was trying to spare your feelings. I was trying to spare your feelings. I was trying to spare your feelings. I know I'm not, but you are. I know I'm not, but you are. I was trying to spare your feelings. You know? Oh, hi. Yeah. Hold on a second. What's Julie for you? Hello? Julie for you? Hey, anybody know a good tailor? Hey, anybody know a good tailor? You need some clothes altered. You need some clothes altered. You need some clothes altered. No, I just look at You need some clothes altered. Oh no, I just some clothes altered. No, I know I'm not, but you are. I was trying to spare your feelings. I know. Oh, hi. Yeah. Hold on a second. You asked Junie for you. No. Hey, anybody know a good tailor? You need some clothes altered. No. Oh, yeah. Hold on a second. Ross, Junie for you. No. Hi, anybody know a good tailor? You need some clothes altered. Similar chin. Okay. Change mean is that change that for mean. Okay, you need some clothes altered. Oh no. I'm just looking for a man to draw on me with chalk. No. I just looking for a man to draw on me with chalk. Why don't you go see Frankie? Why don't you go see Frankie? My family is being going to him forever. He did my first suit when I was 15. He did my first suit when I was 15. No wait. 16. No, excuse me. 15. Alright. When I was 1990. Oh, alright. When I was 1990. Okay. You have to stop the coat tip when there's resistance. When there's resistance. When there's resistance. When there's resistance. Okay. Sweetheart. I'll see you later. Okay. Sweetheart. Okay, but what? Oh, sweetheart. I'll see you later. Okay. What? Oh, that is so sweet. No. Okay. No, you hang up. No, you. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Well, you didn't hang up either. You didn't hang up. She didn't hang up. Okay, no, you hang up. No, you. Sorry, I thought you were talking to me. No, sorry, I thought you were talking to me. Sorry, I thought you were talking to me. Okay, here we go. No way. Okay, this is so snowy, guys. I like it. This, but I don't have much time for this. I need for lunch. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Okay. Oh. I was trying to spell it for you.
Car in the street. It just turned into a signaling good at that point. Your sweet spot where you want to be is somewhere like a Tesla Model 3 or like a Toyota Corolla. It's an amazing car. A new Toyota Corolla is a really nice car, but because it's mainstream, the technology has amortized the cost of production over the largest number of consumers possible, and the best products tend to be at the center, at the sweet spot, the middle class, rather than being targeted at the upper class. So I think one of the things that we don't necessarily appreciate in modern society is as the forms of leverage have gone from being human-based labor-based and being capital-based.
Capital-based.
Flight 457 from Beijing now arriving.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Excuse me. Move, emergency,
Rich?
There you are. Oh, so, how is China?
That was great.
What?
You're bleeding.
Oh, look at that. Yes, I am. Anyway, enough about me, Mr. Back from the Orient. Come on, I want to hear everything. Everything.
Well, this is Julie.
This is
Julie. This is Rachel.
This is Rich.
Hi.
Hi.
These aren't for you. These are for you. Welcome to our country.
Thank you. I'm from New York.
Well, not a problem. We'll just use them to stop the bleeding. Okay. Baggage claim. Okay.
I'm telling you, she went to the airport. She's gonna go for it with Ross.
Oh my
Oh my god, that's huge. This is big.
Bigger than
This
huge.
Bigger than
This
huge.
is like.
This is like.
All right, what's bigger than
what's bigger
huge?
than huge?
This?
This?
Yes.
This.
You got new haircuts.
Yes, we did, thanks to Vidal Buffet.
Because, you know, if you don't look good, we don't look
It's gonna
good.
look good.
I love that voice.
Oh, Rachel. Airport. Ross. Stop. Not alone. Julie. Arm around her. Oh, cramp.
Okay, I think she's trying to tell us something. Quick, get the verbs.
You slowpokes.
That's all right, Rachel.
That's right, Rachel. We've got a bag. We got a bag.
Julie, this is my sister, Monica.
This is Monica. This is Chandler. Baby. Judy. What up? Everyone?
This is Julie.
This is Judy. Judy. Ah. Hi.
Hi. But I'm not here. I've got to
Yeah,
be.
you can.
I'll make a much better
make
first
a
impression
first
tomorrow when I don't have 20 hours of cabin playing on me.
And boss.
Oh my god, like
The screaming guy.
the spinning and the
You gotta hear this.
You gotta hear this.
We're on this bus that's easily 200 years old, right?
200 at least.
And this guy
And the chicken poops in the lap.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
I just gave
And
away
you
the
did
ending,
get
didn't I?
away the way the
Oh, it's just I just heard this story in the cab, and it is
Oh, I can't think of that.
This is
This is
amazing.
amazing.
How did this
How did
happen?
that happen?
Well, Ross and I
Ross
were
and I
in grad
were
school
something
together.
But we haven't seen each other since then. Well, I landed in China. Guess who's in charge of the day?
Julie! Great! I mean, isn't that just kick you in the crotch, spit on your neck, fantastic?
It's an expression.
We just wanted to say a quick hi, then we're gonna go see the baby.
And then we've got to get some sleep.
Yeah, it's really 6 o'clock tomorrow night, our time.
Okay, well listen, don't tell us what's going to happen though, because I like to be surprised.
Hey, it's gonna happen. It's gonna change. It's gonna alter. It's gonna alter.
Hey, Rach, can I get some coffee?
Yeah, sure. Did you talk to me? Did you talk to him yet? And then no.
So what the hell happened?
I don't know what happened to you.
I mean, when last we
When
left,
last
you
we
were
left
totally
each
in
other,
love with,
now it's,
you know.
you know,
I know
I was thinking about it.
There's always this little
Little
voice
voice
inside
inside
that kept saying
that kept
it's
saying
never
it's
gonna
never
happen.
gonna happen.
Move
Move
on.
on.
You know whose voice
You
that
know
was?
what that voice now?
God?
The God?
It was
You
you.
was you, Paul?
Well, maybe it was God doing me.
Oh, maybe it's God.
You were right.
You're right.
She looks at
You
me and sees a
should do
friend.
friend.
That's all.
That's all.
And then I met Julie, and
Julie,
I don't know, we're having a great
Have a
time.
great time.
And I have to say, I never would have gone for it with her if it hadn't been for you.
Been for you.
Well, you owe me one, big
You
guy.
only want big guy.
Here's your lemonade.
There's a
I
lemonade.
didn't order
I
lemonade.
didn't order lemonade. Oh.
Well, then you better go take that back, 'cause they're gonna charge you for that. Go, 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 come on, come on. Okay, so,
So,
what did you find out?
what did you find out?
He said,
He said,
he said they're having a great
this is a
time.
great time.
I'm sorry.
So,
But the silver lining, if you want to see it, is that he made this decision all by himself. Without any outside help whatsoever.
How is that so remarkable?
You have to really want to see it.
Ironically, these are the guys who were picked last in gym.
Please. You know what I'm thinking?
You know what I'm thinking?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Hal, it's been so long since you've had sex, you're wondering if they've changed it?
No. Although now that's what I'm thinking.
Alright, so what were you thinking?
Well, I was thinking that you gave the guy such great haircuts, I thought maybe you'd like to do mine.
Oh.
Yeah. No.
Why not?
Why not?
Because I'm incredibly anal and an unbelievable control freak.
You're not?
I'm not.
I know I'm not, but you are.
But you
I was trying to spare your feelings.
Hello.
can
Oh, hi. Yeah, hold on a second. Ross, Julie, for you?
Hello. Hi.
Hey, anybody know a good tailor?
You need some clothes altered?
No, I'm just looking for a man to draw me with chalk.
Why don't you go see Frankie? My family's been going to him forever. He did my first suit when I was 15. No, wait. 16. No. Excuse me. 15. All right, when was 1990?
Okay, you have to stop the Q-tip when there's resistance.
Okay, sweetheart, I'll see you later. Okay, bye. What? Oh, that is so sweet.
that is so sweet.
No, okay.
No,
No,
okay.
you hang
You
up.
hang up.
No,
you,
okay.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Well, you didn't hang up either. Okay, no. No, you hang up. You.
Sorry, I thought you were talking to me.
Rachel. I'll just call her back.
Okay.
Sorry, we got this.
Okay. How did this happen to me? A week ago, 2 weeks ago, I was fine. Ross was just Ross, just this guy. Now all of a sudden he's Ross. Oh, this really great guy that I can't have. Sweetie, I wanted you to have me too. I know you did. I'm just gonna deal with it. I gotta get out of here.
Okay, I don't care what you guys say. Something's bothering her.
You know, I think I was 16.
Please, just a little bit off the back.
I'm still on no. Morning.
Okay.
Hey, do you guys think you could close your eyes for just a sec?
Oh, no. I'm not falling for that again.
What's going on? Well, I sort of did a stupid thing last night.
What stupid thing did you do?
Buongiorno tutti.
Okay, Paolo, why don't you just go get dressed and you be on your way, okay? Bye-bye. Rachel, how did this happen? I don't know, I just kind of ran into him last night. Where? At his apartment. Is this juice?
Whoa. And the fact that you dumped him because he hit on Phoebe?
Oh, God, I know I'm pathetic. I'm a loser.
Honey, you're not pathetic. You're sad.
Yeah, I mean, people do stupid things when they're upset.
My God, if I had a nickel for every guy I wish I hadn't. But this is about your horrible mistake.
Hi.
Hey.
Sorry we're late. We were, well, there was touching. What are you doing here?
I do what I can.
So, he's back.
It's back.
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah, it's back.
Is that a problem?
Is that a problem?
No, not a problem.
Problem?
Good. Glad it's
Yeah,
not a problem. Okay, you're gonna have to not touch my ass.
Well,
Wow.
despite the yummy bagels and palpable tension, I've got pants that need to be altered.
Oh, hey, Chandler, when you see Frankie, tell him Joey came behind and says hello. He'll know what it means. You sure he's going to be able to crack that code?
You know, it's funny. The last time Paula was here, my hair was so much shorter and cuter.
All right. Okay. But
But.
you have to promise that you will not be all like controlling and bossy and all, Monica about it.
I promise.
All right, let's see. Now, some of you are going to get cut.
Yes.
Some of you aren't. But I promise none of you will feel a thing. All right, that's it. I quit.
What? I didn't say anything.
Yeah, but this isn't the face of a person who trusts a person, okay? This is the face of a person who, doesn't trust a person.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Phoebe. It's just a little shorter than what we had discussed.
Would you relax? I know what I am doing. This is how he wears it.
Who wears it?
Demi Moore.
Demi Moore is not a he.
Well, he was a he in Arthur and in Dan.
That's Dudley Moore. I said I wanted it like Demi Moore.
Oh.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. Which one is Demi Moore?
She's the actress that was in Disclosure, Indecent Proposal, Ghost.
Oh, she's got gorgeous hair.
How long do you want the cuffs?
At least as long as I have the pants.
I just got that. Okay. Now we'll do your end scene.
How was she? It's too soon to tell.
Oh gosh.
And code and product have a positive externality attached to them, if I was going to sum up your point. I think that capital and labor are also starting to become a little more permissionless, or at least the permissioning is diffuse because of the internet. So instead of labor, we have community now, which is a diffused form of labor. For example, Mark Zuckerberg has 1 billion people doing work for him by using Facebook. And instead of going to raise capital from someone who's rich, now we have crowdfunding. So you can raise millions and millions of dollars for a charity, for a health problem, or for a business. You can do it all online. So capital and labor are also becoming permissionless, and you don't need to necessarily do it the old-fashioned way, where you have to go around and ask people for permission to use their money or their time. One more question about leverage. Do you think a choice of business model or a choice of product can also bring a kind of leverage to it? For example, pursuing a business that has network effects, pursuing a business that has brand effects, or other choices of business model that people could manipulate that just give you free leverage?
Yeah, there's some really good microeconomic concepts that are important to understand. One of those is scale economies, which is the more you produce of something, the cheaper it gets to make it. That's something that a lot of businesses have, basic economics 101, and you should try and get into a business where making widget number 12 is cheaper than making widget number 5, and making widget number 10,000 is a lot cheaper than the previous ones. And this builds up an automatic sort of barrier to entry against competition and getting commoditized. So that's an important one. Another one, this is along the same lines, but technology products especially and media products have this great quality where they have zero marginal cost of reproduction. So creating another copy of what you just created is free. So when somebody listens to this podcast or watches a YouTube video about this, it doesn't cost me anything for the next person who shows up. Those zero marginal cost things, they take a while to get going because you make very little money per user, but over time they can really, really add up. So Joe Rogan is working no harder on his current podcast than he was on podcast number 1. But on podcast number 1100, he's making $1 million for the podcast, whereas the previous one, he probably lost money for the first one. That's an example of zero marginal cost. And then the most subtle but the most important is this idea of network effects. And it comes from computer networking. Bob Metcalfe, who created Ethernet, famously coined Metcalfe's law, which is the value of a network is proportional to the square of the number of nodes in the network. So if a network of size 10 would have a value of 100, a network of a size 100 would have a value of 10,000. It's not just 10x more, it's 100x more because it's a square. So the difference is in the square. So you want to be in a network effects business, assuming you're not number 2. If you're number 1 in a network effect business, you win everything. So example, if you look at Facebook, right, your friends and family social networking protocol, who's their competitor? Nobody, because they won everything through network effects, which is why when people say, well, I can just switch away from Facebook, they don't realize that network effects create natural monopolies. They're very, very powerful things. And one of the dirty secrets of Silicon Valley is that a lot of the winning businesses are natural monopolies. Even ride sharing tends towards one winner-take-all system. Like Uber will always have better economics than Lyft, as long as it's moving more drivers and more riders around. Something like Google, there's only one viable search engine. I do like DuckDuckGo, privacy reasons, but they're just always going to be behind because of network effects. Twitter, right? Where else would you go for microblocking? Even YouTube has weak network effects, but they're still powerful enough. There's really no number 2 site that you go to consume your video on a regular basis. It even turns out in e-tail, Amazon, Prime, and convenience, stored credit cards and information creates a powerful network effect. So what is a network effect? Let's just define it precisely. A network effect is when each additional user adds value to the existing user base. So your users themselves are creating some value for the existing users. The classic example that I think everybody can understand is language. Let's say that there's 100 people who live in the community and speak 10 different languages, and each person just speaks one of those 10. Well, you're having to translate all the time. It's incredibly painful. But if all 100 of you spoke the same language, it would add tremendous value. And so the way that community will play out is 10 people start out speaking 10 languages. So let's say that one extra person learns English. Well, now all of a sudden, 11 people know English. So the next person comes in to learn a new language, probably going to choose English. And at some point, let's say English gets to 20 or 25 people, it's done. It's just going to own the entire language marketplace, and the rest of the languages will get competed out, which is why long term, the entire world is probably going to end up speaking English and Chinese. China is closed off on the internet, but the internet itself is a great leveler, and people who want to communicate on the internet are forced to speak English because the largest community of people on the internet speaks English. I always feel bad for my colleagues who grew up speaking foreign languages in foreign countries, because you don't have access to so many books. So many books just haven't been translated into other languages. So if you only spoke French, or you only spoke German, or you only spoke Hindi, for example, you would be at a severe disadvantage in a technical education. Invariably, if you go and get a technical education, you have to learn English, just because you have to read these books that have this data that has not been translated. So languages are probably the oldest example of the network effect. Money is another example. We should all probably be using the same money, except for the fact that geographic and regulatory boundaries have created these artificial islands of money. But even then, the world tends to use a single currency as the reserve currency at most times, currently the US dollar. So network effects are a very powerful concept. When you're picking a business model, it's a really good idea to pick a model where you can benefit from network effects, low marginal costs, and scale economies. And these tend to go together. Like anything that has zero marginal cost of production obviously has scale economies, and things that have zero marginal cost of reproduction very often tend to have network effects, because it doesn't cost you anything more to stamp out the thing, so then you can just create little hooks for users to add value to each other. So you should always be thinking about how your users, your customers, can add value to each other, because that is the ultimate form of leverage. You're on the beach in the Bahamas, or you're sleeping at night, and your customers are adding value to each other. The tweet storm is very abstract. It's deliberately meant to be broadly applicable to all kinds of different domains and disciplines and time periods and places. But sometimes it's hard to work without concrete example. So let's just go concrete for a minute. Look at the real estate business. You could start at the bottom. Let's say you're a day laborer. You come in, you fix people's houses. Someone orders you around, tells you break that piece of rock, sand that piece of wood, put that thing over there. There's just all these menial jobs that go on a construction site. If you're working one of those jobs, unless you're a skilled trade, like say a carpenter or electrician, you don't really have specific knowledge. And even carpenter or electrician is not that specific, because other people can be trained how to do it, so you can be replaced. So you get paid your 15, 20, 25, 50, if you're really lucky, $75 an hour, but that's about it. You don't have any leverage other than from the tools that you're using. So if you're driving a bulldozer, that's better than doing it with your hands. So day labor in India makes a lot less because they have no tool leverage. You don't have much accountability. You're a faceless cog in the construction crew, and the owner of the house or the buyer of the house doesn't know or care that you worked on it. One step up from that, you might have a contractor, like a general contractor, who someone hires to come and fix and repair and build up their house. That general contractor is taking accountability, they're taking responsibility. So now, if let's say they got paid $250,000 for the job, sorry, I'm using Bay Area prices, so maybe I'll go rest of the world prices, $100,000 for the job to fix up a house, and it actually costs the general contractor all said and done $70,000. Well, that contractor is going to pocket that remaining 30. So they got the upside, they got the equity, but they're also taking accountability and risk. So if the project runs over and there's losses, then they eat the losses. But you see, just the accountability gives them some form of additional potential income. And then they also have labor leverage because they have a bunch of people working for them. But it probably tops out right there. You can go one level above that and you can look at a property developer. This might be someone who is a contractor who did a bunch of houses, did a really good job, then decided to go into business for themselves, and they go around looking for beaten down properties that have potential. They buy them, they either raise money from investors, they're fronted themselves, they fix the place up, and then they sell it for twice what they bought it for. Maybe they only put in 20% more, so it's a healthy profit. So now a developer like that takes on more accountability, has more risk, they have more specific knowledge, because now you have to know which neighborhoods are worth buying in, which lots are actually good and which lots are bad, what makes or breaks a specific property. You have to imagine the finished house that's going to be there, even when the property itself might look really bad right now. So there's more specific knowledge, there's more accountability and risk, and now you also have capital leverage because you're also putting money into the project. But conceivably, you could buy, a piece of land or a broken down house for $200,000 and turn it into $1 million mansion and pocket all the difference. One level beyond that might be a famous architect or a developer, where just having your name on a property because you've done so many great properties increases its value. One level up from that, you might be a person who decides, well, I understand real estate and I now know enough of the dynamics of real estate that rather than just build and flip my own properties or improve my own properties, I'm going to be a massive developer. I'm going to build entire communities. Another person might say, I like that leverage, but I don't want to manage all these people I want to do it more through capital, so I'm going to start a real estate investment trust. And that requires specific knowledge, not just about investing in real estate and building real estate, but also requires specific knowledge about the financial markets, the capital markets, and how real estate trusts operate. One level beyond that might be somebody who says, actually, I want to bring the maximum leverage to bear in this market and the maximum specific knowledge. And so that person would say, well, I understand real estate, and I understand everything from basic housing construction to building properties and selling them to how real estate markets move and thrive. And I also understand the technology business. So I understand how to recruit developers, how to write code, and how to build good product. And I understand how to raise money from venture capitalists and how to return it and how all of that works. And obviously not a single person may know this. You may pull a team together to do it where each have different skill sets. But that combined entity would have specific knowledge in technology and in real estate. It would have massive accountability because that company's name would be a very high risk, high reward effort attached to the whole thing. And people would devote their lives to it, take on significant risk. And then it would have leverage in code with lots of developers. It would have capital with investors putting money in and the founders own capital. And it would have labor of some of the highest quality labor that you can find, which is high quality engineers and designers and marketers who are working on the company. And then you may end up with a Trulia or a Redfin or a Zillow kind of company. And then the upside could potentially be in the billions of dollars or the hundreds of millions of dollars. So as you layer in more and more kinds of knowledge that can only be gained on the job and aren't common knowledge, and you layer in more and more accountability and risk-taking, and you layer in more and more great people working on it and more capital on it and more code and media on it, you keep expanding the scope of the opportunity all the way from the day laborer who might just literally be scrapping on the ground with their hands all the way up to somebody who started a real estate tech company and then took it public.
We spoke about specific knowledge, we talked about accountability, we talked about leverage. The last skill that Naval talks about in his tweet storm is judgment, where he says that leverage is a force multiplier for your judgment.
We are now living in an age of nearly infinite leverage, and all the great fortunes are created through leverage. So your first job is to go and obtain leverage. And you can obtain leverage through permission by taking risks and getting people to work for you, or by raising capital, or you can get leverage permissionlessly by learning how to code or becoming a good communicator in podcasting, broadcasting, creating videos, writing, etc. So that's how you get leverage. But once you have leverage, what do you do with it? Well, the first part of your career is spent hustling to get leverage. Once you have the leverage, then you want to slow down a bit, because your judgment really matters. It's like you've gone from steering your sailboat around to now you're steering an ocean liner or a tanker. You have a lot more at risk, but you have a lot more to gain as well. You're carrying a much higher payload. So in an age of infinite leverage, judgment becomes the most important skill. Warren Buffett is so wealthy now because of his judgment. Even if you were to take away all of Warren's money, tomorrow investors would come out of the woodwork and hand him $100 billion because they know his judgment is so good, and they would give him a big chunk of that $100 billion to invest. So ultimately, everything else that you do is actually setting you up to apply your judgment. One of the big things that people rail on is CEO pay. And for sure, there's crony capitalism that goes on where these CEOs control their boards and the boards give them too much money. But there are certain CEOs who definitely earn their keep because their judgment is better. If you're steering a big ship, if you're steering Google or Apple, and your judgment is 10 or 20% better than the next person's, society will literally pay you hundreds of millions of dollars more because you're steering a $100 billion ship. If you're on course 10 or 20% of the time more often than the other person, the compounding results on that hundreds of billions of dollars you're managing will be so large that your CEO pay will be dwarfed in comparison. So demonstrated judgment, credibility around the judgment is so critical. Warren Buffett wins here because he has massive credibility. He's been highly accountable. He's been right over and over in the public domain. He's built a reputation for very high integrity, so you can trust him. So a person like that, people will throw infinite leverage behind him because of his judgment. Nobody asks him how hard he works. Nobody asks him when he wakes up or when he goes to sleep. Just like, Warren, just do your thing. So especially demonstrated judgment with high accountability, clear track record is critical.
Let's define judgment. I would define it as knowing the long-term effects of your decisions, or being able to predict the long-term effects of your decisions.
It's funny, my definition of wisdom is knowing the long-term consequences of your actions. So they're not all that different. Wisdom is just judgment on a personal domain. Wisdom applied to external problems, I think, is judgment. So they're highly linked. But yes, it's knowing the long-term consequences of your actions and then making kind of the right decision to capitalize on that. Judgment is very hard to build up. This is where both intellect and experience come in play. There are many problems with the so-called intellectuals in the ivory tower, but one of the reasons why Nassim Taleb rails against them is because they have no skin in the game, they have no real-world experience, right? So they just apply purely intellect. And intellect without any experience is often worse than useless, because you get the confidence that the intellect gives you, and you get some of the credibility, but because you had no skin in the game and you had no real experience and no real accountability, you're just throwing darts. The real world is always far, far more complex than we can intellectualize. And especially all the interesting, fast-moving edge domains and problems, you can't get there without experience. So if you are smart and you iterate fast, so it's not even you put 10,000 hours into something, but you take 10,000 tries at something. If you are smart and you have a lot of quick iterations and you try to keep your emotions out of it, the people with the best judgment are actually among the least emotional. A lot of the best investors are considered almost robotic in that regard, but I wouldn't be surprised if even the best entrepreneurs often come across as unemotional. There is this archetype of the passionate entrepreneur, and yeah, they have to care about what they're doing, but they also have to see very clearly what's actually happening. And the thing that prevents you from seeing what's actually happening are your emotions. Our emotions are constantly clouding our judgment. And in investing, or in running companies, or in building products, or being an entrepreneur, emotions really get in the way. Emotions are what prevent you from seeing what's actually happening until you can no longer resist the truth of what's happening, until it becomes too sudden, and then you're forced into suffering, which is a breaking of this emotional fantasy that you had put together.
To try and connect some of these concepts, I would say that first, you're accountable for your judgment. Judgment is the exercise of wisdom. Wisdom comes from experience, and that experience can be accelerated through short iterations.
And the reason why a lot of the top investors, a lot of the value investors, if you read Jeremy Grantham or you read Warren Buffett, you read up on Michael Burry, these people sound like philosophers, or they are philosophers, or they're reading a lot of history books or science books. Like, what are they doing? Shouldn't they be reading investment books? No, investment books are the worst place to learn about investment, because investment is a real world activity that is highly multivariate. All the advantages are always being competed away. It's always on the cutting edge. So what you actually just need is very, very broad-based judgment and thinking. And the best way to do that is to study everything, including a lot of philosophy. And philosophy also makes you more stoic, makes you less emotional, and so you make better decisions, you have better judgment. One simple thing is I go out on Twitter, and it seems like half of Twitter is outrageous something at all times. You can go within someone's Twitter feed and get at least some semblance of what it must be like to be in their head all the time. And the more outraged somebody is, I guarantee you, the worse their judgment is. If someone's constantly tweeting political outrage and seems like an angry person getting into fights, you don't want to hand this person the keys to your car, let alone the keys to your company.
So we covered the skills that you need to get rich. That was specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, judgment, and lifelong learning. Let's talk a little bit about the importance of working hard and valuing your time.
So no one is going to value you more than you value yourself. So you just have to set a very high personal hourly rate, and you have to stick to it. So even since when I was young, I just decided that I was worth a lot more than the market thought I was worth, but I started treating myself that way. So always factor your time into every decision. How much time does it take? Oh, it's going to take me an hour to get across town to get this thing? Well, I value myself at $100 an hour. That's throwing $100 out of my pocket. Am I going to do that? You buy something from Amazon, they screwed it up, you have to return it. Is it worth your time to return it? Is it worth the mental hassle? Keep in mind that you have less work hours, you have less mentally high output hours. Do you want to use them to run errands and solve little problems, or do you want to save them for the big stuff? All the great scientists were terrible at managing their household life. None of them had a clean, organized room, or made all their social events on time or sent their thank you cards. You can spend your life however you want, but if you want to get rich, it has to be your number one overwhelming desire, which means that it has to come before anything else, which means you can't be penny pinching. This is what people don't understand. you can penny pinch your way to a basic sustenance. You can keep your expenses low, maybe retire early and not spend too much, and that's perfectly valid. But we're here to talk about wealth creation. And if you're going to do that, then that has to be your number one overwhelming priority. So fast forward to your wealthy self and pick some intermediate hourly rate. For me, believe it or not, back when you could have hired me, which now obviously you can't, but back when you could have hired me, and this was true a decade ago or even 2 decades ago before I had any real money, my hourly rate, I used to say to myself over and over, is $5,000 an hour. Today, when I look back, really it was about $1,000 an hour. And of course, I still ended up doing stupid things like arguing with the electrician or returning the broken speaker, but I shouldn't have. And I did a lot less than any of my friends would. And I would make a theatrical show out of throwing something in the trash pile or giving it to Salvation Army rather than trying to return it, or handing something to people rather than trying to fix it. I would argue with my girlfriends and even today to my wife, like, I don't do that. That's not a problem that I solve. I still argue that with my mother when she hands me like little to-dos. I just don't do that. I would rather hire you an assistant. And this was true even when I didn't have money. Another way of thinking about something is that if you can outsource something or not do something for less than your hourly rate, outsource it or don't do it. So if you can hire someone to do it for less than your hourly rate, hire them. That even includes things like cooking. Now, you may want to eat your healthy home-cooked meals, but if you can outsource it, do that instead. And I know some people will say, well, what about the joy of life and what about getting it right just your way? Sure, you can do that, but you're not going to be wealthy because now you've made something else a priority. Paul Graham said it pretty well for Y Combinator Startups. He said you should be working on your product and getting product market fit, and you should be exercising and eating healthy. Like, that's about it. That's kind of all you have time for while you're on this mission. So set a very high hourly aspirational rate for yourself and stick to it. And it should seem and feel absurdly high. If it doesn't, it's not high enough. And whatever you picked, my advice to you would be raise it. Like I said, for myself, even before I had money, for the longest time, I used $5,000 an hour. And if you extrapolate that out into what it looks like as an annual salary, it's multiple millions of dollars per year. Ironically, I actually think I've beaten it. When I look back, because I'm not the hardest working person, I'm actually kind of a lazy person. So I work through bursts of energy where I'm really motivated with something. So if I actually look at how much I've earned per actual hour that I've put in, it's probably quite a bit higher than that. Let's talk about hard work. There's this battle that happens on Twitter a lot between should you work hard and should you not. Like David Hauser's on there saying, it's like you're slave driving people. And Keith Rabois is always on there saying, like, no, all the great founders work their fingers to the bone. And they're talking past each other. First of all, they're talking about two different things. David is talking about employees in a lifestyle business, which is fine. Your number one thing in life, if you're doing that, is not getting wealthy. You have a job, you also have your family, you also have your life. But Keith is talking about the Olympics of startups. He's talking about the person going for the gold medal and trying to build a multi-billion-dollar public company. That person has to get everything right. They have to have great judgment, they have to pick the right thing to work on, they have to recruit the right team, and they have to work crazy hard because they're basically engaged in a competitive sprint. So if getting wealthy is your goal, you are going to have to work as hard as you can. But hard work is absolutely no substitute for who you work with and what you work on. What you work on is probably the most important thing. Finding product market founder fit, to expand on Mark Andreessen's definition, he came up with product market fit, but I would add product market founder fit, which is how well you are personally suited to that business. The combination of that three, that should be your overwhelming goal. And you can save yourself a lot of time if you pick the right area to work in. Picking the right people to work with is the next most important piece. And then third comes how hard you work. But they're like three legs of a stool. If you shortchange on any one of them, the whole stool is going to fall down. So it's not like you can pick one over the other that easily. So the order of operations when you're building a business is, or even building your career, is first figure out what should I be doing? What is something where there is a market that is emerging, there's a product that I can build that I'm excited to work on, and something where I have specific knowledge and I'm really into it. And then second, surround yourself with the best people possible. And no matter how high your bar is, raise your bar. Because you can never be working with other people who are great enough. There's someone greater out there to work with, you should go work with them. I advise a lot of people who are looking at which startup to join in Silicon Valley, I say basically pick the one that's going to have the best alumni network for you in the future. Look at the PayPal mafia. They worked with a bunch of geniuses, so they all got rich. So just try and pick based on the highest intelligence, energy, and integrity people that you can find. And then finally, once you've picked the right thing to work on and the right people to work with, then you work as hard as you can. This is where the mythology gets a little crazy. People will work 80, 120-hour weeks. A lot of that's just status signaling. It's showing off. Nobody really works 80 to 120 hours a week sustained at high output with mental clarity. Your brain breaks down. You just won't have good ideas. So really the way people tend to work most effectively, especially in knowledge work, is they sprint as hard as they can while they're working on something and they're inspired and they're passionate, and then they rest, they take long breaks. It's more like a lion hunting and much less like a marathon runner running. So you sprint, then you rest, you reassess, and then you try again. And what you end up doing is you end up building a marathon of sprints. Nivi just made the point to me on the side that inspiration is perishable, which is a very good point. When you have your inspiration, do it right then and there. This happens to me a lot with my tweet storms. I've actually come up with a whole bunch of additional tweet storms besides the ones that are already out there, but sometimes I just hesitate or I just pause and then it just dies. And what I've learned is if I'm inspired to write a blog post or to publish a tweet storm, I should probably do it right away. Otherwise, it's not going to get out there. I won't come back to it. So inspiration is a beautiful and powerful thing, and when you have it, just seize it. So people talk about impatience. When do you know to be impatient? When do you know to be patient? My glib tweet on this was impatience with actions and patience with results. And I think that's actually a good philosophy for life. Anything you have to do, just get it done. Why wait? You're not getting any younger. Your life is slipping away. You don't want to spend it waiting in line. You don't want to spend it traveling back and forth. You don't want to spend it doing things that you know ultimately aren't part of your mission. And when you do them, you want to do them as quickly as you can while you do them well with your full attention. But then you just have to give up on the results. You have to be patient with the results because you're dealing with complex systems, you're dealing with lots of people. It takes a long time for markets to adopt products. It takes time for people to get comfortable working with each other. It takes time for great products to emerge as you polish away. So impatience with actions, patience with results. And as Nivi said, inspiration is perishable. So when you have inspiration, act on it right then and there. If I have a problem that I discover in one of my businesses that needs to be solved, I won't sleep until at least the resolution is in motion. And this is just a personal feeling, but if I'm on the board of a company, I'll call the CEO. If I'm running the company, I'll call my reports. If I'm responsible, I'll get on there right then and there and solve it. If I don't solve a problem the moment it happens, or I don't start moving towards solving it the moment it happens, I have no peace. I have no rest. I have no happiness until that problem is solved. So solve it as quickly as possible. I literally won't sleep until it's solved. Maybe that's a personal characteristic, but it's worked out well in business. We squander our time with the death of 1,000 cuts. So another tweet I had was, you should be too busy to do coffee while still keeping an uncluttered calendar. People who know me know that I'm famous for simultaneously doing two things. One is having a very clean calendar. I have almost no meetings on it, and there are people that I meet with when they see my calendar, they almost weep. While at the same time, I am busy all the time. I'm always doing something. And it's usually quote-unquote work-related, but it is whatever the highest impact thing is that needs to be done at that time and that I'm most interested and inspired about. But the only way to do that is to constantly, ruthlessly decline meetings. People want to do coffee and build relationships, and that's fine early in your career when you're still exploring, but later in your career when exploiting and there are more things coming at you than you have time for, you have to ruthlessly cut meetings out of your life. If someone wants to do a meeting, see if you can do it with a phone call instead. If they want to do a phone call, see if they can do it with an email instead. If they want to do it with email, see if they can do it with a text message instead. If they're text messaging, you should probably be ignoring most text messages unless they're true emergencies. So one has to be utterly ruthless about dodging meetings. When you do meetings, do walking meetings, do standing meetings, keep them short, keep them actionable, keep them small. Any meeting with 8 people in it sitting around a conference table, nothing is getting done in that meeting. You're literally just dying 1 hour at a time.
Doing coffee reminds me of an old quote, I think, from Steve Jobs when they asked him, hey, why doesn't Apple come to conventions? Or why don't you come to my convention? And his response was, well, then because we wouldn't be here working.
Yeah, I used to have a tough time turning people down for meetings, but now I just tell them outright. I just say, look, I don't do non-transactional meetings. I don't do meetings without a strict agenda. I don't do meetings unless we absolutely have to. Nivi used to do this. He would email people when they would ask Nivi and I for a meeting, like coffee meeting, get to know you. He would say, we don't do meetings unless it's life and death urgent. And then that person has to respond, yeah, it's life and death urgent, or there's no meeting. When you have something important or something valuable, other busy, interesting people will meet with you. Your calling card has to be, hey, here's what I've done, here's what I can show you, let's meet and I'll be respectful of your time if this is useful to you. And I find that there are very busy, important people who will take your meeting, but you have to come with a proper calling card. All the people who tweet and who email famous or rich people saying, hey, if I could just get one meeting with you, and they're vague about it, they're not going to get anywhere in life. You have to build up the credibility. When, for example, an investor in the tech business, in the venture business, looks at a startup, the first thing they want to see is they want to see some evidence of product progress. They don't just want to even see a slide deck, they want to see product progress. Because the product progress is the resume for the entrepreneur. It is the unshakable, unfakeable resume. So you have to do the work. To use a crypto analogy, you have to have proof of work. If you have proof of work and you truly have something interesting, then you shouldn't hesitate to put it together in an email and send it to somebody. But even then, when you're asking for a meeting, you want to be super actionable about it. But I would say even the other side, even if you yourself haven't made it yet, if you think you're going to make it by going out and networking and doing a whole bunch of meetings, you're probably incorrect. Yes, networking can be important early in your career. And yes, you can get serendipitous with meetings, but the odds are pretty low. And as we spent time talking about earlier, when you are just meeting people and hoping to get that lucky break, you're relying on type 1 luck, which is blind luck, and type 2 luck, which is hustle luck. But what you're not getting is type 3 or type 4 luck, which are the better kinds, where you spend time developing a reputation, working on something, developing a unique point of view, and being able to spot opportunities that others can't. A busy calendar and a busy mind will destroy your ability to do great things in this world. If you want to be able to do great things, whether you're a musician or whether you are an entrepreneur or whether you're an investor, you need free time and you need a free mind.
We just finished talking about the importance of working hard and valuing your time. Next, there's a few tweets on the topic of working for the long term. The first tweet is, become the best in the world at what you do. Keep redefining what you do until this is true.
If you really want to get paid in this world, you want to be number one at whatever it is that you're doing. And it can be niche, that's the point. It can literally be you're getting paid for just being you. You know, at this point, some of the more successful people in the world are that way. Oprah gets paid for being Oprah. Joe Rogan gets paid for being Joe Rogan. And they're being authentic to themselves. So what this tweet is trying to say simultaneously is that you want to be number one, but you want to keep changing what you do until you're number one. You can't just pick something arbitrary. You can't say, I'm going to be the fastest runner in the world, and now you got to beat Usain Bolt. That's too hard of a problem. But what you can do is you can keep changing what your objective is until it arrives to your specific knowledge, your skill sets, your position, your capabilities, your location, your interests, and then converges to making you number one. So when you're searching for what to do, you actually have two different foci that you have to keep in mind at all points. And one of those is, I want to be the best at what I do. And the second is, what I do is flexible so that I am the best at it, until you arrive at a comfortable place where you're like, yes, this is something I can be amazing at while still being authentic to who I am. And this is not going to be an overnight discovery. It's going to be a long journey, but at least you know how to think about it. The most important thing for a company is to find product market fit. I would say the most important thing for an entrepreneur is to find founder product market fit, where you are naturally inclined to build the right product which has a market. And that's a three-focus problem, which is you got to make all three of those work at once. If you want to be successful in life, you just have to get comfortable managing multivariate problems, multiple objective functions at once. And this is one of those cases where you have to map at least two or three at once.
This reminds me of your tweet about escaping competition through authenticity. It sounds like part of this is a search for who you are.
It's both a search and a recognition, because sometimes when we search our egos, we want to be something that we aren't, and our friends and family are better at telling us actually who we are, or looking back at what we've done is a better indicator of who we are. Peter Thiel talks a lot about how competition is besides the point, it's counterproductive. We're highly mimetic creatures. We copy what everybody else is doing around us. We copy our desires from them. Everyone around me is a great artist. I want to be an artist. If everyone around me is a great business person, I want to be a business person. Everybody around me is a social activist. I want to be a social activist. That's where my self-esteem will come from. You have to be a little careful when you get caught up in these status games that you end up competing over things that aren't worth competing over. So Peter Thiel talks about how he was going to be a law clerk because he was in law school and everybody around him wanted to be a law clerk for a Supreme Court justice or some famous judge, and he got rejected, and that's what made him go into business. So it helped him break out of a lesser game into a greater game. So sometimes you just get trapped in the wrong game because you're competing. And the best way to escape competition, to get away from the specter of competition, which is not just stressful and nerve-wracking, but will often drive you to just the wrong answer, The way to escape competition is to just be authentic to yourself. If you are fundamentally building and marketing something that is just an extension of who you are, no one can compete with you on that. Who's going to compete with Joe Rogan or Scott Adams? It's impossible. Is somebody else going to come along and write a better Dilbert? No. Is someone going to compete with Bill Watterson and create a better Calvin and Hobbes? No. They're being authentic. This is easiest to see in art. Artists are, by definition, all naturally authentic. But even entrepreneurs are authentic. Who's going to be Elon Musk? Who's going to be Jack Dorsey? These people are authentic, and the businesses and products that they create are authentic to their desires and their means. If somebody else came along and started launching rockets, I don't think it would faze Elon one bit. He's still going to get to Mars because that's his mission, insane as it seems. That's the one he set for himself, and he's going to accomplish it. So authenticity naturally gets you away from competition. It doesn't mean that you necessarily want to be authentic to the point where there's no product market fit. It may turn out you're the best juggler on a unicycle, but maybe there just isn't that much of a market for that even with YouTube videos. So you got to adjust that somehow until you find product market fit, but at least lean towards authenticity, towards getting away from competition, and competition automatically leads towards copycatting and often towards just playing completely the wrong game. Especially in entrepreneurship, the masses are never right. If you see a lot of people tweeting about what a great market to enter is, or you see journalists talking about a company is terrible, they don't know anything. If the masses knew how to build great things and create great wealth, we'd all already be done. We'd all already be rich by now. So in a sense, when you see a lot of competition, sometimes that indicates to you that the masses are already here, so it's already competed over too much and there's nothing here, or it's in the wrong trend to begin with. On the other hand, if it's completely empty, if the whole market is empty and no one's there, that can also be a warning indicator that you've gone too authentic and not enough on the product market fit part of founder product market fit. So there's a balance, you have to find it. But generally, most people will make the mistake of paying too much attention to the competition and being too much like the competition and not being authentic enough. And the great founders tend to be authentic iconoclasts.
I hate to bring up the Scott Adams skill stack one more time, but I'll still bring it up. Do you think one way of getting to authenticity is not necessarily adding some random skills that you think might be important, but just really finding 5 or 6 various skills that you already authentically do and just stacking them on top of each other, and not even in any purposeful way? If you are expressing who you are, you're going to be expressing all these little 5 or 6 different skills anyway.
That's really where life is going to lead you anyway. Long term, if you are good and successful at what you do, you will find that whatever your hobbies were, you're almost doing them for a living. As Robert Frost said, combine your vocation and your avocation, what you love to do and what you do. So I think you'll find yourself there anyway, and you're right about the skill stack, and that everyone's got multiple skills. We aren't all one-dimensional creatures, even though that's how we have to portray ourselves in our online profiles to get employed. You meet somebody and they say, I'm a banker, or I'm a bartender, or I'm a barber, or what have you, all the B's. But people are multivariate. They have a lot of skills. One banker might be good at finance, another one might be good at sales, a third one might be just good at macroeconomic trends and have a feel for the markets. Another one might be really good at picking individual stocks. Another one might just be good at maintaining relationships rather than selling new relationships. So everyone's going to have their various niches, and you're going to have multiple niches. It's not going to be just one. So over time, you will find, as you go through your career, both you will gravitate towards the things that you're good at, which by definition are almost the things you enjoy doing, otherwise you wouldn't be good at them, you wouldn't have put in the time. And other people will push you towards the things that you're good at, because your smart bosses and your smart coworkers and your smart investors will realize, okay, you're really world-class in this thing, and you recruit somebody else with that other thing. So ideally, you want to end up specializing in being you.
I think when you're being authentic, you don't really mind competition that much. Yeah, it pisses you off and it inspires some fear and jealousy and all the other emotions that come along with it, but also you don't really mind because you're more oriented towards the goal and the mission, and worst case, you get some ideas from them, and there's often ways to work with the competition in a positive way, and it ends up increasing the size of the market for you.
Yeah, sometimes it depends on the nature of the business. Silicon Valley tech industry businesses tend to be winner take all, at least the good ones. And so when you see competition, it can make you fly into a rage because it really does endanger everything you've built. Whereas if I was opening a restaurant and a more interesting version of the same restaurant opens up in a different town, that's fantastic. I'm just going to lift from them what's working and drop what I can see that they have already figured out is not working. So it does depend to some extent on the nature of the business. That said, even the businesses that seem like that they're often in direct competition really aren't. They can end up adjacent or slightly different. You're one step away from a completely different business, and sometimes you need to take that one step. And you're not going to be able to take it if you're busy fighting over a booby prize. Kind of, you're playing a stupid game, you're going to win a stupid prize. It's not obvious right now because you're blinded by competition, but 3 years from now it'll be obvious. To give a simple example, when I was first starting companies, one of my first ones was called Epinions, which was an online product review site for all the products out there that was independent of Amazon. And that space eventually turned into TripAdvisor and Yelp, which is where we should have gone. We should have done more local reviews because there's more value to having a review of a scarce item like in your local restaurant than it is of an item like a camera, which is going to have 1,000 reviews on Amazon. But before we could get there, we got caught up in the whole comparison shopping game. And so we ended up merging with Deal Time, and we competed with MySimon and BizRate, which became Shopzilla, and Price Grabber and Nextag, and a whole bunch of these price comparison engines. And we're all caught in fierce competition with each other, and that whole space went to zero because it turns out Amazon won e-tail completely. So there was no need for price comparison. Everyone just went to Amazon. But we got the booby prize because we were caught in a competition with a bunch of our peers, when really we should have been looking at what the consumer really wanted and being authentic to ourselves, which was reviews and not price comparison, and gone more and more into more and more esoteric items that needed to be reviewed where customers had less and less data and wanted reviews more badly. So if we'd stayed authentic to ourselves, we would have done better.
We're still talking about working for the long term. The next tweet on that topic is apply specific knowledge with leverage, and eventually you will get what you deserve. I would also add to that, apply judgment, apply accountability, and apply the skill of reading.
This one is just a glib way of saying that it takes time. Even once you have all of these pieces in place, there is an indeterminate amount of time that you're going to have to put in. And if you're counting, you will run out of patience before it actually arrives. So you just have to make sure that you give these things a proper time. Life is long. Charlie Munger had some line on this. Somebody asked him about making money, and he reinterpreted that. He said, what the questioner is actually asking is, how do I get rich like you but faster before I end up as a really old guy? And everybody wants it immediately, but the world is an efficient place. Immediate doesn't work. You do have to put in the time, you do have to put in the hours. And so I think you just have to put yourself in the position with the specific knowledge, with the accountability, with the leverage, with the authentic skill set that you have to be the best in the world at what you do. And then you have to enjoy it and just keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it, and don't keep track and don't keep count. Because if you do, you will run out of time. I can look back at my career and the people 2 decades ago that I had identified as brilliant and hardworking but hadn't thought much more about it, they're all successful now, almost without exception. On a long enough time scale, you do get paid, but it can easily be 10 or 20 years. Sometimes it's 5, and if it's 5 or 3 and a friend of yours got there, it can drive you insane. But those are exceptions, and for every winner, there's multiple failures. One thing that's important in entrepreneurship is you just have to be right once. You get many, many shots on goal. You can take a shot on goal every 3 to 5 years, maybe every 10 at the slowest, or once every year at the fastest, depending on how you're iterating with startups. But you really only have to be right once.
My little equation is that your eventual outcome will be equal to something like the distinctiveness of your specific knowledge times how much leverage you can apply to that knowledge times how often your judgment is correct times how singularly accountable you are for the outcome times how much society values what you're doing. And then you compound all of that with how long you can keep doing it and how long you can keep improving it through reading and learning.
That's actually a really good way to summarize it. It's probably worth even trying to sketch that equation out. That said, people try to then apply mathematics to what is really philosophy. So I've seen this happen in the past where I say one thing and then I say another thing that seems contradictory if you treat it as a math equation, but it's obviously in a different context. And then people will say, well, you say that desire is suffering, it's the Buddhist saying, and then you say that all greatness comes from suffering, so does that mean all greatness comes from desire? It's like, well, this isn't math, people. You can't just start carrying variables around and forming absolute logical outputs. You have to know when to apply things. So I think that is very useful to understand, but at the same time, one can't get too analytical about it. It's what a physicist would call false precision. When you take two made-up estimates and you multiply them together and then you get 4 degrees of precision, those decimal points don't actually count. You don't have that data, you don't have that knowledge. In a model, the more estimated variables you have, the greater the error in the model. So just adding more and more complexity to your decision-making process actually gets you a worse answer. You're better off just picking the single biggest thing or two. For example, what am I really good at according to observation and according to people that I trust, that the market values? Like that alone, those two variables alone are probably good enough. Because if you're good at it, you'll keep it up. And if you're good at it, you'll develop the judgment. And if you're good at it and you like to do it, eventually people will give you the resources and you won't be afraid to take on accountability. So all the other pieces will fall in place. Product market fit is inevitable if you're doing something you love to do and the market wants it.
Regarding the guy that gets rich in 5 years, one of the tweets that you had on the cutting room floor was, avoid people who got rich quickly. They're just giving you their winning lottery ticket numbers.
Okay.
This is generally true of advice anyway, which is, it's back to Scott Adams' systems, not goals. If you ask a specific person what worked for them, very often it's just like they're reading out the exact set of things that work for them, which may not be applicable for you. They're just reading your winning lottery ticket numbers. It's a little glib. There is something to be learned from them, but you can't just take their exact circumstance and map it onto yours. The best founders I know, they listen and read to everyone, but then they ignore everybody, and they make up their own mind. They have their own internal model of how to apply things to their situation, and they do not hesitate to discard information. If you survey enough people, all the advice will cancel to zero. So you do have to have your own point of view, and when something is set your way, you have to very quickly decide, is that true? Is that true outside of the context of what that person applied in? Is it true in my context? And then do I want to apply it? You have to reject most advice, but you have to listen to and read enough of it to know what to reject and what to accept. Even in this podcast, you should examine everything. If something does not feel true to you, put it down, set it aside. If too many things seem untrue, delete this podcast.
I think the most dangerous part of taking advice is that the person that gave it to you is not going to be around to tell you when it doesn't apply any longer.
Yeah, I view the purpose of advice as a little different than most people. I just view it as helping me have anecdotes and maxims that I can then later recall when I have my own direct experience and say, that's what that person meant. 90% of my tweets are actually just maxims that I carve for myself that are then little mental hooks to remind me when I'm in that situation again, like, oh, I'm the one who tweeted, if you can't see yourself working with someone for life, then don't work with them for a day. So as soon as I know that this person is not going to be someone that I'm going to be working with 10 years from now, then I have to start extricating myself from that relationship or just not investing that much more effort into it. So I use my tweets and other people's tweets as maxims that help compress my own learnings and be able to recall them. You know, the brain space is finite. You have finite neurons. So you can almost think of these as pointers, addresses, mnemonics to help you remember deep-seated principles where you have the underlying experience to back it up. If you don't have the underlying experience, then it just reads like a collection of quotes. It's like, it's cool, it's inspirational for a moment, maybe you make a nice poster out of it, but then you forget it and move on. So all of these are really just compact ways for you to recall your own knowledge.
The last tweet on the topic of working for the long term is that when you're finally wealthy, you'll realize that it wasn't what you were seeking in the first place. But that's for another day.
That's a multi-hour topic in and of itself. First of all, I just thought it was a really clever way to end the whole thing, because it disarms a whole set of people who'd say, well, what's the point of getting rich? Because there are a lot of people who just like the status signal, virtue signal against the idea of wealth creation or making money. So it was just a good way to disarm all of them. But it's also true in that the things that you really want in life, yes, money will solve all your money problems, but it doesn't get you everywhere. The first thing you'll realize when you've made a bunch of money is that you're still the same person. If you're happy, you're happy. If you're unhappy, you're unhappy. If you're calm and fulfilled and peaceful, you're still that same person. I know lots of very rich people who are extremely out of shape. I know lots of rich people who have really bad family lives. I know lots of rich people who are internally a mess. So I would lean on another tweet that I put out which is actually, when I think back on it, I think it's my favorite tweet of mine. It's not necessarily the most insightful, it's not necessarily the most helpful, it's not even the one I think about the most, but when I look at it, there's just such a certain truth in there that it just resonates. And that is that a calm mind, a fit body, and a house full of love. These things cannot be bought, they must be earned. Even if you have all the money in the world, you can't have those three things. Jeff Bezos still has to work out, he still has to work in his marriage or whatever his next relationship is, and his internal mental state is still going to be very much not controlled by external events. It's going to be based on how calm and peaceful he's inside. So I think those three things, your health, your mental health, and your close relationships, are things that you have to cultivate and can probably bring you a lot more peace and happiness than any amount of money ever will. So that's what I meant. Now, how to get there is actually a tweet storm that I still need to put out. I've been working on it. I have probably 100 tweets on it. It's just very hard to say anything on the topic without getting attacked from 50 different directions, especially these days on Twitter. So I've been hesitant to do it because I want to target it for a very specific kind of person. There's a bunch of people who don't believe that working on your internal state is useful. They're too focused on the external. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They should do that, and that's who the How to Get Rich tweet storm is for. There's a bunch of people who believe that the only thing worth working on is complete liberation, like you become the Buddha, and they'll attack anything in the middle as being useless. That's fine too, but most people aren't there. So what I want to do is to create a tweet storm that is just very practical advice for everyday people who want to have a calmer internal state. Just a set of understandings, realizations, half-truths and truths that if you were to imbibe them properly, and again, these are just pointers to ideas that you already have and experiences that you already have, that if you keep these top of mind, slowly but steadily, it will help you with certain realizations that will lead you to a calmer internal state. That's what I want to work on. Fitness is another big one. I'm just not the expert there. There are plenty of good people on Twitter who are better at fitness than me. And I think loving household and relationships actually automatically falls out of the other things. If you have a calm mind, and if you've already made money, you should have good relationship. There's no reason why you shouldn't. A lot of divorces actually happen over money. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of it. So having money removes that part of it. A lot of external battles happen because your internal state is not good. When you're naturally internally peaceful, you're going to pick less fights, you're going to be more loving without expecting anything in return, and that will take care of things on the external relationship front.
So money solves your money problems. Money buys you freedom in the material world. I think that was a tweet from your cutting room floor. And money lets you not do the things that you don't want to do.
Yeah, to me, the ultimate purpose of money is so that you do not have to be in a specific place at a specific time doing anything you don't want to do.
We skipped one tweet because I wanted to cover all of the tweets on the topic of the long term. And the tweet that we skipped was, there are no get-rich-quick schemes. That's just someone else getting rich off you.
This goes back to the world being an efficient place. If there's an easy way to get rich, it's already been exploited. And there are a lot of people who will sell you ideas and schemes on how to make money, but they're just always selling you some $79.95 course or some audiobook or some seminar, which is fine. Everyone needs to eat. People need to make a living. They might actually have really good tips. But if they're giving you actionable, high-quality advice that acknowledges that it's a difficult journey and will take a lot of time, then I think that's realistic. But if they're selling you some get-rich-quick scheme, whether it's crypto or whether it's an online business or seminar, they're just making money off you. That's their get-rich-quick scheme. It's not going to necessarily work for you. One of the things about this whole TweetStorm and podcast is that we don't have ads on here. We don't charge for anything. We don't sell anything. Not because I don't want to make more money. It's always nice to make more money. We're doing work here. But because it would completely destroy the credibility of the enterprise. If I'm saying, hey, I know how to get rich and I'm going to sell that to you, it ruins it. When I was young and I was kind of studying up on the topic, one of my favorite books on the topic was actually called How to Get Rich by Felix Dennis, the founder of Maxim magazine, a billionaire who passed away. And he had a lot of crazy stuff in there, but he had some really good insights too. But whenever I read something by him or by the GoDaddy founder, Bob Parsons, or say Andrew Carnegie, or you read stuff by people who are already very wealthy and they've clearly made their wealth in other fields, not by selling the How to Get Rich line, they have credibility. You just trust them. And they're not trying to make money off of you. They are obviously trying to win some status and some ego, right? You always have to have a motivation for doing something. but at least that is a cleaner reason why they're probably not lying. They're probably not fooling you. They're not snowing you. At some level, every founder has to lie to every employee of the company they have, where they have to convince them that it's better for you to work for me than it is to do what I did and go work for yourself. So I've always had a hard time with that, which is why the only honest way in my companies, I've recruited entrepreneurs. And I tell them, you're going to get to be entrepreneurial in this company. And the day you're ready to go start your own next thing, I'm going to support you. I'm never going to get in the way of you starting a company. But this can be a good place for you to learn how to build a good team and build a good culture, how to find product market fit, to perfect your skills and meet some amazing people while you figure out exactly what it is you're going to do, because positioning, timing, deliberation are very important when starting a company. But what I've never been able to do is look them in the face and say, you must be at your desk by 8 a.m. because I'm not going to be at my desk by 8 a.m. I want my freedom. Or say to them that you're great at being a director today and you'll be a VP tomorrow, putting them into that career path track, because I don't believe in it myself. If anyone is giving advice on how to get rich and they're also making money off of it, they should have made their money elsewhere. Like, you don't want to learn how to be fit from a fat person. You don't want to learn how to be happy from a depressed person. So you don't want to learn how to be rich from a poor person, but you also don't want to learn how to be rich from somebody who makes their money by telling people how to be rich. It's suspect.
Anytime you see somebody who's actually gotten rich following some guru's advice on getting rich, just remember that in any random process, if you run it long enough and if enough people participate in it, you will always get every single possible outcome with probability 1.
There's a lot of random error in there, and then also this is why you have to absolutely and completely ignore business journalists and economist academics when they talk about private companies. I wouldn't even name names, but like when a famous economist rails on Bitcoin, or when a business journalist attacks the latest company that's IPOing, it's complete nonsense. Those people have never built anything. They're professional critics. They don't know anything about making money. All they know is how to criticize and get page views, and you are literally becoming dumber by reading them. You are burning neurons. I'll leave you with a quote from Nassim Taleb that I liked, where he said, if you want to be a philosopher king, first become a king and then become a philosopher, not first become a philosopher and then become a king.
I'm glad you brought up Taleb, because I was going to finish this by saying just remember the title of his first book, which is Fooled by Randomness.
One of the reasons why we're a little vague in this podcast is because we're trying to lay down principles that are timeless, as opposed to just giving you the winning lottery ticket numbers from yesterday.
You summarized this entire tweet storm with 2 words: productize yourself.
Productize and yourself. Yourself has uniqueness. Productize has leverage. Yourself has accountability. Productize has specific knowledge. Yourself also has specific knowledge in there. So all of these pieces, you can combine them into these 2 words. Whenever you're doing anything in business, if you're looking towards the long term of getting wealthy, you should ask yourself, is this authentic to me? Is it myself that I am projecting? And then am I productizing it? Am I scaling it? Am I scaling with labor, or with capital, or with code, or with media? So it's a very handy, simple mnemonic. I mean, what is this podcast? This is a podcast called Naval. I'm literally productizing myself with a podcast.
You want to figure out what you're uniquely good at, or what you uniquely are, and apply as much leverage as possible. So making money isn't even something you do. It's not a skill. It's who you are stamped out a million times.
Making money should be a function of your identity and what you like to do. Another tweet that I really liked was, this was not mine, somebody else put this up. They said, find 3 hobbies. One that makes you money, one that keeps you fit, and one that makes you creative. I would change that slightly. So I would say one that makes you money, one that makes you fit, and one that makes you smarter. So in my case, my hobbies would be reading. Making money is I love working with startups, either investing in them, brainstorming them, starting them. I just love that ideation and initial creation phase around startups. And then on the hobby that keeps you fit, I don't really have one. Closest thing I have is yoga, but that's where I fell apart. And I think people who early in life discover something like surfing or swimming or tennis or some sport that they continue doing throughout most of their life are very lucky, because they found a hobby that will make them fit.
We finished discussing the tweet storm, and we're going to spend some time on Q&A and discussing some of the tweets on the cutting room floor that didn't make it into the tweet storm. My first question is, do you think there are some common failure modes or typical things that people do wrong when they're trying to apply this advice?
a lot of people don't understand what specific knowledge really is or how to quote-unquote obtain it.
Sure.
People don't understand what accountability really entails. They think that accountability means being successfully accountable. No, it means that you have to stick your neck out and fail with your name out there publicly and be willing to let people hate on you. One of the reasons I'm less active on Twitter lately is because every tweet summons an army of nitpickers and haters, and it gets exhausting. But on the other hand, you have to learn how to ignore them, otherwise you can't survive on Twitter. A lot of people try to reconcile it with, like, should I quit my 9-to-5 job or not? That can be a very hard decision. I don't think you need to go that extreme. You can start applying accountability and leverage and specific knowledge even within your existing career. It doesn't have to necessarily be fork off and do something else completely. A lot of people will use it as a way to agree and disagree with their existing biases. They'll say, oh yeah, I agree with that part, or that part you're completely wrong. The most interesting parts should be the ones that you disagree with. Because clearly I've proven that I know a few things. So if you disagree with it, then maybe that is an area where you can improve your thinking. I've definitely improved my thinking all the time, but I will tell you that in this tweet storm, I put down the minimum viable principles. I did not put down the whole universe of what I know about how to make money, because 90% of it is suspect. I put down the bedrock, the stuff that I'm pretty solidly sure about. And I have not yet seen a tweet that has successfully contradicted anything in this tweet storm that would cause me to say, oh yeah, I got that one wrong. I think another place where people get a little bit off is they look at this and they say, well, this only applies to tech entrepreneurs. I disagree. The example that I gave about real estate was a good one in that regard. It's just the nature of leverage that technology drives leverage. So I'm going to push you in a tech direction to get the free leverage that is available in tech. And obviously this message is being delivered through the internet, so it's going to have a pro-internet bias. There are also people who believe that it is unfair to the people who don't have these opportunities to do anything with the opportunities that they do have. With that defeatist attitude, why even get out of bed in the morning? 90% of people are dead. There's a lot of people who are living on $1 a day. Do you live on $1 a day? No.
Oh. Okay, adjective extreme flex. Were you okay, adjective were usual or expected? Okay, were you not that incredible and unbelievable to break. Okay, no, you're not, and no, I'm not, but you are. I'm trying to spare your feelings. I'm trying to spare your feelings. Okay, added normal. Added normal. I'm trying to spare your feelings. Trying to spare. If something is spare, it is available. If something spare, it is available. I'm silly. Okay, need available. The advantage. Okay. Freak. She was crushed in a freak accident in a cave in France. Were unusual or unexpected. Spare. If something is spare, it is available to use because it is extra. A spare key. Spare sheets and blanket. Spare sheets and blankets. Do you have a spare pen? Do you have a spare pen? Do you have a spare pen? We have a spare room if you want to stay overnight. You want to ride with us, okay? If something is spare, if something is spare, if something is spare. Okay, spare. If something is spare, it is available to use. It's available to use. If something is bad, it is available to use because it is extra. I know I'm not, but you are. I will try to spare your feelings. Oh hi. Yeah. Hold on a second, Ross. Tuning for you. Hi. Hey. Anybody know a good tailor? Okay. Anybody know a tailor? Anybody know a good tailor? Anybody know a good tailor? Tailor, okay. Change clothes people. Change clothes by people. Tailor spare out tailor. Someone whose job is repeat. Someone whose job is repeat to make and jacket clothes, especially someone who makes jackets, pants, coats, etc. for men. I know I'm not, but you are. I was trying to spare your feelings. Oh hi. Oh hi. Oh, hello. Hi. Oh, hi. Yeah. 1 hour second, Ross. Julie for you. Hi. Anybody know a good tailor? You need some clothes altered. You need some clothes altered. Hello. Oh, hi. Yeah. Hold on a second. Yours. Julie for you. Hi. Anybody know a good tailor? You need some clothes altered. Okay. I know, but I'm not. But you are. I will transfer your opinions. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, hold on a second. No, I'm not a good tailor. You need some clothes altered. Changed different. You need some clothes altered. She said her life was drastically altered. She said that her life was drastically altered. I've given a slightly altered baking time in this recipe. Ever since the altered when I returned. Neutered. Okay, having had heard of its sexual organs removed, changed, altered, changed, different. She said her life was drastically altered. I've given a certainly altered baking time in this recipe. Which recipe? So这种东西也是那。Okay. Hey. Anybody know a good tailor? Okay, no. No. I just looking for a man to draw on me with chalk. A type of soft white chalk. With chalk. Draw me with chalk. With chalk. With chalk. A type of soft white rock. A type of soft white chalk. Okay. Oh no. I just looking for a man to draw on me with chalk. Oh, I'm just No, I'm just looking for a man to draw on me with chalk. No. I'm just looking for a man to draw on me with chalk. Why don't you go see Frankie? My family is being going to him forever. My family is being going to him forever. He did my first suit when I was 15. No, wait. 16. No, excuse me. 15. Alright. When was 1990. Okay, you have to stop the coat tape when there's resistance. When there's resistance. The act of fighting against something that is attacking you, or refusing to accept something. When there's resistance, you have to stop the coat tape when there's resistance. Okay, resistance. The act of fighting against something that is attacking you or refuse to accept you. When there's resistance. Let me see. When there's resistance. Okay. When there's resistance. When there's resistance. Oh, resistance or force resistance. The act of fighting against something. Resistance. When there's resistance, you have to stop the coat tape when there's resistance. Okay. Sweetheart, I'll see you later. Okay, bye. What? Oh, that was so sweet. That is so sweet. No, okay, no. You hang up. No, okay. One. Well, you didn't hang up either. She didn't hang up. Okay. No. You hang up. You. I thought you were talking. I thought you were talking to me. Sorry. I thought you were talking to me. Resistance. I thought you were talking to me. Sorry, I thought you were talking to me. Rachel. Hey, sorry, Rachel. Sorry, I'll just call her back. Okay. Hi, sweetie. I'm sorry. We got disconnect. We got. I'm sorry. We got disconnected. No, you hang up. Okay, hi sweetie. I'm sorry. We got disconnected. No, you hang up. Okay. How did this happen to me? Okay. How did this happen to me? A week ago, 2 weeks ago, I was fine. Ross was Ross. Ross was just Ross. Just this guy. This guy. Now all of a sudden, he's Ross. This really good guy that I can have. Sweetie, I wanted you to have him too. Sweetie, I wanted you to have him too. I know you did. I'm just gonna deal with it. I gotta get it out of here. I gotta get it out of here. No, right. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here. I don't care what you guys say. I don't care what you guys say. Something's bothering her. Okay. I don't care what you guys say. Something's bothering her. Bit. Something's bothering her. Bothering. Something's bothering. Okay, to make an effort. Something's bothering her. That's what I want. That's what I think. Something's bothering her. Okay, something's bothering her. Okay, I don't care what you guys say. Something's bothering her. Can't be bothered. Worrying. To make someone feel worried or upset. To avoid or cause problem for someone. Don't bother your father when he's working. Don't bother your father when he's working. Sorry to bother you. I'm sorry to bother you. But could you help me left? But could you help me lift that suitcase? I'm sorry to bother I'm sorry to bother you, but could you help me lift this suitcase? To avoid work has problems for someone. To avoid. Really distinct. Open. To avoid work has problem for someone. To avoid work has problems for someone. To avoid work has problems for someone. Okay, I think I was 16. I think I was 16. Please, just a little bit of a bag. Just a little bit of a bag. Just a little bit of a bag. Just a little bit of the bag. Just a little, please. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, please. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. The same meaning. Just a little bit of the bag. Just a little bit of the bag. Please, just a little bit of the bag. I'm still under. I think I was 16. Please, just a little bit of the bag. I'm still under. I think I was 16. Please, just a little bit of the bag. I'm still under. Morning. Hey, could you close your eyes for a sec? Could you close your eyes? Could you close your eyes for a sec? Oh no. I'm not feeling for that. I think I was 16. Please, just a little bit of the bag. I'm still under. Morning. Hey, could you close your eyes just for a sec? Just a little bit of the bag. Just a little bit of the bag. What does that mean? Just a little bit of the bag. Just a little bit of the bag. Please, just a little bit of the bag. I did. How is that?
Okay, I don't care what you guys say. Something's bothering her. I think I was 16.
Please.
Just okay. Oh, just a little bit of the back, please. Just a little bit of the back. I'm still on. Okay. Morning. Hey, could you close your eyes just for a sec? Oh, no. Just I'm not falling for that. I'm not falling for that game. Oh no. I'm not falling for that game. What's going on? Oh no. I'm not falling for that game. Oh no. I'm not falling for that game. Oh no. I'm not falling. That's fine. Okay. Falling.
Falling.
Falling. Falling.
Falling.
Falling. I'm not funny for that game. Okay, I'm not. Okay. Oh no, I'm not funny. I'm not funny for that game. I'm not funny for that game. For that game. I'm not funny for that game. For that game. Okay, no. Oh no. I'm not funny for that game. For that game. What's going on? I sort of did a stupid I'm kind of did a stupid thing last night. Is that right? Yeah, I think it's normal. I sort of okay, like similar a little bit. I sort of did a stupid thing last night. I sort of did a stupid thing. I sort of did a stupid thing last night. What stupid thing did you do? I sort of did a stupid thing last night. What stupid thing did you do? I sort of did a stupid thing last night. I sort of did a stupid thing last night. What stupid thing did you do? Ew. I sort of did a stupid thing last night. What stupid thing did you do? Okay, Paul. What stupid thing did you do? I sort of did a stupid thing. I sort of did a stupid thing last night. What stupid thing did you do? I sort of did a stupid thing. Did you? I sort of did a stupid thing last night. What stupid thing did you do? Okay, Paul. Why don't you just get dressed? Okay, Paul. Why don't you just go get dressed? Then you'll be on your way. Then you'll be on your way. What stupid thing did you do? Okay, Paul. Why don't you just? Okay, Paul. Oh. Why don't you just go get dressed? Why don't you just go get dressed? Then you'll be on your way. Rachel. How did this happen? Rachel, how did this happen? I don't know. I just kind of ran into him last night. I just kind of ran into him last night. I just kind of ran into him last night. Where? At his apartment. At his apartment. Is this juice? Ooh. And the fact that you dumped. And the fact that you dumped him because he had a baby. And the fact that you dumped him because he had a baby. Oh. And the fact that you dumped him because. And the fact that you dumped him because he had a baby. And the fact that you dumped him because. And the fact that you dumped him because he had a baby. And the fact that you dumped him because he had a baby. And the fact that you dumped him because he had a baby. Oh God, I know. I'm pathetic. I'm a loser. I'm pathetic. Okay. Pathetic. I'm pathetic. Okay. I'm pathetic. I'm pathetic. I'm a loser. I'm pathetic. I'm a loser. Honey. Oh God, I know. I'm pathetic. I'm a loser, honey. You're not pathetic. You're just sad. You're just sad. You're just sad. Yeah, people do stupid things when they are upset. When they're upset. Dumped. Broke up with someone. Bother. What's the bother? Dumped. To put it down or drop something in a careless way. Okay, he came in with four shopping bags and dumped them on the table. Okay, more examples. His body had been dumped in an area west and just outside of the city. His body. More examples. His body had been dumped in an area west and just outside of the city. For example, his body had been dumped in an area wasteland just outside the city. He opposes any kind of nuclear waste being dumped at sea. He opposes any kind of nuclear waste being dumped at sea. He opposes any kind of nuclear waste being dumped at sea. They car. Just one. And the car. He opposes any kind of nuclear waste being dumped at sea. Okay. And the relationship. To suddenly, and a romantic relationship. To suddenly and a romantic relationship you have been having with someone. If he's so awful, why don't you just dump him? Why don't you just dump him? To suddenly and a romantic relationship you have been having with someone. To suddenly and a romantic relationship you have been having with someone. Okay. Romantic. Okay, Rachel. I'm pathetic. Father. You could have phoned us, but you just didn't bother. Don't bother making the bed. I'll do it later. You'd have found it if you'd bothered looking. You'd have found it if you'd bothered looking. Jeez. You won't get any credit. You won't get any credit for doing it. So why bother? You won't get any credit. You won't get any credit for doing it. So why bother? Don't bother making the bed. I'll do it later. you'd have found it if you'd bothered looking. Or pathetic. Okay. Pathetic. Pathetic. Cause the feeling of sadness, sympathy, cause the feeling of sadness, or sometimes lack of respect, especially because a person or an animal is suffering. Okay, I'm pathetic. I'm a loser. Honey, you are not pathetic. You are just sad. You're just sad. Pathetic. You're just sad. You're just sad. Yeah, people do stupid things when they're upset. My God, if I had a nickel for every guy I wish I hadn't. Okay, if I had a nickel for every guy I wish I hadn't. Okay, if I had a nickel for every guy. Nickel. Pathetic. Nickel. Yeah. Pathetic. Nickel. Okay, if I had a nickel for every guy I wish I had. If I had, my God, if I had a nickel for every guy I wish I had. Oh my God.
What are you doing here? Blair was touching. Because you hit on Phoebe?
Oh God, I know I'm pathetic. I'm a loser. Honey, you're not pathetic. You're sad.
I mean, people do stupid things when they're upset.
Oh my God.
God, if I had a nickel for every guy I wish I had. If I had a nickel for every guy I wish I had. Okay, my God, if I had a nickel. My God, if I had a nickel. My God, if I had a nickel for every guy I wish I had. But this is about your horrible mistake. My God, if I had a nickel for every guy I wish I had. But this is about your horrible mistake. Hi. Yeah. Sorry. But late. Well, there was touching. There was touching. Hey. Oh, hi Ross. Hold up. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? And what I can. What are you doing here? My God, if I had a nickel, if I had a nickel for every guy I wish I had. Okay, my God, if I had a nickel for every guy I wish I had. But this is about your horrible mistake. Yeah. Sorry, we are late. there was touching. There was touching. But I can't. Oh. So he's back. Yeah, he's back. Is that a problem? Is that a problem? Is that a problem? No, not a problem. Problem. Good. Glad. Okay. Good. Glad it's good. Glad it's not a problem. Glad it's not a problem. Glad it's not a problem. No, not a problem. Glad. Good. No, not a problem. Good. Glad it's not a problem. Good. Glad it's not a problem. Good. Glad it's not a problem. Yeah, he's back. Is that a problem? Is that a problem? Is that a problem? Yeah, he's back. Is that a problem? Is that a problem? Is that a problem? Add what I can. So it's back. Yeah, it's back. Is that a problem? Is that a problem? Okay. You are gonna have to not touch my ass. Okay. You're gonna have to not touch my ass. Not touch my ass. Okay, you're gonna have to not touch my ass. Well, just about the yummy bagel. Just bad. Follow her mistake. Were shocked and frightened. Urban. Okay. Were prompted and wrong to bad. Her mistake. Fast, frightened. Okay, right. Just by the yummy bagel and the proper potential. Just by the yummy bagel. Okay. Horrible mistake. Okay. Were shocked and frightened. What a horrible mistake. Fall. To suddenly go down onto the ground or toward the ground without intending, as a plan to go by accident. Right. Okay, you're gonna have not to chat. Well, despite the yummy bagel and the palpable tension. Well, despite the yummy bagel and the palpable tension, I've got palpable tension. Okay, palpable. Palpable tension. Hypertension. Well, despite the yummy bagel. I've got. Well, despite the yummy bagel. Despite the yummy bagel. Whoa. Just with a yummy big and why is that? Why is I can borrow? Oh, I see. Why? Why am why? Why? Despite the big and its proper potential. Why not bigger? Okay. Without taking any notice or being influenced. Okay. Despite the big and the proper potential. Bagel. Oh, despite the big and the hypertension. It's easier. I have to show you. I've got pants that need to be altered. I've got pants that need to be altered. I've got pants that need to be altered. Well, despite the yummy bagel and the proper potential, I've got pants that need to be altered. Oh, Chandra. Why you say Frankie? Chandra. Why you say Frankie? Chandra. Why you say Frankie? Tell him Joey to be honest with him. Chandra. Why you say Frankie? Tell him Joey to be honest with him. Chandra. Why you say Frankie? Tell him Joey to be honest with him. Well, despite the yummy bagel and the proper potential, I've got pants that need to be altered. Chandra, why you say Frankie? Tell him Joey to be honest with him. Hell know what it means. You sure he's going to be able to be crack that code? You sure he's gonna be able to crack that code? Attention, cracking. crack. Crack. Army bagel. Crack. Broke. To break something so that it does not separate. So but verb then line appear on its surface, or to become broken in this way, 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 or to become broken this way, or to become broken in 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 this way. To break something so that it does. To break something so that it does not separate. To break something so that it does not separate. But verse then lines appear on its surface, or to become broken in this way, or to become broken in this way, or to become broken in this way. To break something so that it does not separate. To break something so that it does not separate, but a very thin line appear on this surface, or to become broken in this way. To become broken. Okay. You sure he's gonna be able to crack that code? Crack that code. You should be able to crack. You sure he's gonna be able to crack that code? Crack that code. Okay, crack. Okay, you sure he's gonna be able to? You sure he's gonna be able to crack that code? Who know what it means? Oh, Chandler. Wait. Oh, Chandler. When you see Frankie, tell him Joey Tribbiani says hello. What it means? You sure he's gonna be able to crack that code? You know, it's funny. The last time Paul. Okay, funny. Oh, it's funny. The last time Paul was here, my hair was so much short and shorter and cute. My hair was so much shorter and cuter. It's funny. The last time, it's funny. The last time Paul was here, my hair was so much shorter and cuter. Alright, okay. It's funny. It's funny. It's funny. The last time Paul. Okay, it's funny. It's funny. The last time Paul was here, my hair was so much shorter and cuter. Alright, okay. But you have to promise that you will not be But you have to promise that you will not be all like controlling and bossy. It's funny. It's funny. The last time Paul was here, my hair was so much shorter and cuter. Alright, okay. But you have to promise that you will not. Okay. But you have to promise that you will not be all like controlling and bossy. Controlling and boss. You will not be all like controlling and bossy. Controlling and bossy. Okay. But you have to promise that you will not be all like controlling and bossy and Monica about it. I promise. All right, let's see. Now, some of you are gonna get cut, and some of you are gonna get cut. Now, some of you are gonna get cut, and some of you aren't. But I promise, none of you will feel a thing. Now, some of you are gonna get cut, and some of you aren't. But I promise, none of you will feel a thing. Now, some of you are gonna get cut, and some of you aren't. But I promise, none of you will feel a thing. Now, some of you are gonna get cut, and some of you aren't. But I promise, none of you will feel a thing. Okay. No. Some of you are gonna get cut, and some of you aren't. But I promise, none of you will feel a thing. But I promise, none of you will feel a thing. Okay. Now, some of you are gonna get cut, and some of you aren't. But I promise, none of you will feel a thing. But I promise, none of you will feel a thing. But I promise, none of you will feel a thing. No, some of you are gonna get cut. No, some of you are gonna get cut, and some of you aren't. But I promise, none of you will feel a thing. Okay. No, some of you are gonna get cut, and some of you aren't. But I promise, none of you will feel a thing. But I promise, none of you will feel a thing. Okay. Alright, that's it. I quit. 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 What? I didn't say anything. What? I didn't say anything. What? I didn't say anything. Alright, that's it. I quit. What? I didn't say anything. But this isn't the face of a person who trusts a person. But this isn't the face of a person who trusts a person. This is the face of a person who don't trust a person. I'm sorry, Faith. I'm sorry, Faith. Okay, this is face.
Alright, that's it.
Right.
Alright, that's it.
Alright, that's it. Okay. I didn't say anything.
Yeah, but this isn't the
This is
face of a person who trusts a person. Okay, this is the face
Okay, but this isn't the face of a person who trusts a person. This is the face of a person who don't trust a person. I'm sorry, Faith. It's just a little shorter. It's just a little short. Okay, it's just a little shorter than what we had discussed. It's just a little shorter than what we had discussed. It's just a little shorter than what we had discussed. Would you relax? Okay. It's just a little shorter than what we had discussed. Would you relax? Would you relax? It's just a little shorter than what we had discussed. But this isn't the face of a person who trusts a person. This is the face of a person who don't trust a person. I'm sorry, babe. I'm sorry, babe. I'm sorry, Faye. It's just a little shorter than what. It's just a little shorter than what we had discussed. Would you relax? I know what I'm doing. This is how he words it. This is how he words. This is how he words it. This is how he words it. How? Who words it? Tell me more. I know what I'm doing. This is how he words it. How? Who words it? I know what I'm doing. This is how he words it. How? Who words it? Tell me more. Tell me more is not he. Well, he was a he in author and intent. Tell me more. He. Tell me more is not a he. Well, he was a he in author and intent. I know what I'm doing. This is how he words it. How? Who words it? Tell me more. He. Tell me more is not a he. Well, he was a he in author and intent. Author intent. He was a he in author and intent. Author and intent. Author. Tell me more. Oh well, he was here in Arthur and in 10. That's Demi Moore. Okay, that's Dudley Moore. That's Dudley Moore. I said I wanted it like Demi Moore. I said I wanted Demi Moore. Oh, gosh. One more. Nhiều cố định như bạn chỉ dần động chúng ta chống cộng. Okay. So that was it. 是笑了。 Okay. He was her in after and in 10. I started more. I said I wanted. I said I wanted it like. I said I wanted it. I said I wanted it like Demi Moore. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Which one is Demi Moore? She's actress. She's the actress. She's the actress that was in Disclosure, Indecent Proposal, Ghost. She's the actress that was in Disclosure, Indecent Proposal, Ghost. Proposal actress. Woman who pretended to be someone else while perform.
Trust me more. Oh my God. And in debt.
That's that more. I want you like Demi Moore. Oh. Which one is Demi Moore? She's the actress in Disclosure. Indecent Proposal Ghost. She's the actress. She's the actress that was indecent in Disclosure. She's the actress that was in Disclosure. Indecent Proposal, Ghost. Oh, she's got gorgeous hair. She's got gorgeous. Disclosure. Indecent. Oh, she's got gorgeous hair. She's got gorgeous hair. Okay, she's got gorgeous hair. Okay, Disclosure, Indecent Proposal, Go. Okay, she's the actress that was in Disclosure, Indecent Proposal, Ghost. She's got gorgeous hair. I know. Oh my god. How long do you want the cuffs? At least as long as I have the pants. How long do you want the cuffs? How long do you want the cuffs? At least as long as I have the pants. Cuffs. How long do you want the cuffs? At least as long as I have the pants. I just got them. Okay, now where do you now? Okay, now where do you insane? Okay, now where do you insane? Okay, now where do you insane? How is she? It's too soon to tell. She's resting, which is a good sign. She's resting, which is a good sign. What does it mean? Which is a good sign. Situation which is a good sign.
I put a clip on one side which seems to have stopped. I'm not gonna lie to you. It
It's too soon. It's too soon to tell. It's too soon. It's too soon to tell.
She's resting.
Which is a good sign. She's resting, which is a good sign. How's the hair? I'm not gonna lie to you, Ross. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. I put a clip on one side, which seemed to have stopped the curling. Okay, I put a clip on one side, which seemed to have stopped the curling. How long do you want the cuffs? At least as long as I have the pants. I just got that. Okay, now we're doing insane. Okay, now we'll do insane. How is she? It's too soon to tell. She's resting, which is a good sign. How the hair? I'm not gonna lie to you, Ross. It doesn't look good. I put a clip on one side, which seemed to have stopped the curling. Okay, I put a clip on one side, which seemed to stop the which seemed to have stopped the curling. How the hair? I'm gonna lie to you, Ross. It doesn't look good. I put a clip on one side, which seemed to have stopped the curling. Okay, actress. Indecent. More offensive, especially in a sexual way. An indecent act. She accused him of making indecent suggestions to her. Proposal, or suggestion. Sometimes a written one. Suggestion. Sometimes a written one. Congress has just not. Okay, Congress has just rejected the latest economy proposal put forward by the president. Okay. Stop the curling. Which one is Demi Moore? She's the actress that was in this disclosure and indecent proposal ghost. Oh, she's got gorgeous hair. I know. Oh my god. How long do you want the cuffs? Curling, gorgeous, insane. The measurement from the top of your inner leg to your ankle, rest. Yes. Stop doing a particular activity or stop. Okay. Stop doing a particular activity. Stop doing a particular activity or stop being active for a period of time in order to relax and get back your strength. He looked away from the computer screen to rest his eyes. He looked away from the computer screen to rest his eyes. What? Boyfriend? Although I can do that. Even though I'm I'm just unable. Not even. Not even even though I'm not formal person. Formal. Okay. Sign. To write a word. Name. To mark. Notice. Body movement. Showing. Okay, showing. This is mean showing. She's resting, which is a good sign. How's the hair? I'm gonna lie to you, Ross. It doesn't look good. I put a clip on one side, which seems to have stopped the curling. Okay, I do this. Not straight. Not straight. It's curve. It's curve. Curling. Okay, curling. Again played on ice in which special flight. Round stones are slid toward a mark. Again played on ice in which special flight. Round stones are slid toward a mark. Again played on ice in which special flight. Round stones are slid toward a mark. Okay, again played on ice in which special flight. Okay. Another mean like this. Stop the curling. Which seems to have stopped the curling.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Ross. It doesn't look good. I put a clip on one side.
Curling. Again play. Depress. Can we see her? Your hair looks good. Can I see her? Your hair. Okay. Can I see her? Your hair looks so good. Your hair looks too good. Your hair looks too good. I think it would upset her. Your hair looks too good. I think it would upset her. Ross, why don't you come on in? Ross, why don't you come on in? Ross, why don't you come on in? Yes. Well, how are you doing? Look, I can sense when women. I can sense when women are depressed and worried For instance, okay, able to be easily physical or mental hurt, influent, or attack, fluent or attack, vulnerable. Okay, vulnerable. vulnerable. Okay, depressed and vulnerable. Depressed. Cause sometimes to feel unhappy and without hope. And vulnerable. Okay, the weather depressed. Okay, cause sadness. Don't it depressed and listen to the news. Don't it depressed you listen to the news these days? Depressed to think probably still be doing exactly the same job 10 years. Okay, depressed to cause someone to feel unhappy and without hope. Depressed to cause someone to feel unhappy and without hope. Depressed to cause someone to feel unhappy and without hope. This weather depresses me. To cause someone to feel unhappy and without to depressed. To cause someone to feel unhappy and without hope. Vulnerable. Able to be easily physical or mental hurt. Able to be influenced. Okay. Okay. I can sense a woman was depressed. To cause someone to feel unhappy or without hope. Depressed. Depressed. Okay, depressed. Unhappy and without hope. Depressed. Unhappy and without hope. Depressed. It's weather depressed. This weather depresses to cause someone to feel unhappy and without hope. Look, I can sense a woman. 我可从小就有在 I can sense when women are depressed and vulnerable. I can sense when women are depressed and vulnerable. It's one. I can sense when women are depressed. I can sense when women. I can sense when women are depressed and vulnerable. It's one of my gifts. Said. Look, I can sense when women are depressed and vulnerable. It's one of my gifts. Said. It's one of my gifts. Joey. When I saw him get up that plan with her, I only thought I just hit rock bottom. Okay. I really thought I just hit a rock bottom, but today it's like there's a rock bottom, 50 feet of crap. Then 50 feet of crap, 50 feet of crap. Then crap. Okay, it's like but today it's like a rock bottom, 50 feet of crap. Then 50 feet of crap.
I can sense
what my deep breath it's what my guest said. You were so hanging out the plan with her. You really think that they didn't give me okay.
Rock bottom.
50 feet of crap. Then me. Okay. But today it's like the rock bottom, 50 feet of crap. 50 feet of crap. Then me. You can't tell Ross how you feel. Oh come on. How can I just tell him? Oh come on, how can I just tell him? What about Junie? What about her? They've only been going out for 2 weeks. They've only been going out for 2 weeks. They've only been going out for 2 weeks. Ross has been in love with you for like 10 years. I don't know. Look, Rich. I've been with my share of women. I've been with my share of women. In fact, I've been with a lot of people's share of women. I've been with a lot of people's share of women. A lot of people's share of women.
It's rage. I've been with my share of women. Second, I've been with what?
I've been with my share of women.
People share women. Now for 2 weeks, Ross has been in love with.
Okay.
Okay.
Look, when it started, I was just trying to be nice to her because she was my brother's girlfriend. And then one thing led to another, and before I knew it, we were...
No one told you that was gonna be this way.
Hey.
The point is, look, rage. I've been with my share of women. In fact, I've been with a lot of people's share of women.
Women. Okay, I've been with my share of women. I've been with my share of women. In fact, I've been with a lot of people's share of women. In fact, I've been with a lot of people's share of women. But the point is, I've never felt. But the point is, I've never felt about anyone. But the point is, I've never felt about anyone the way Ross felt about you. But the point is, I've never felt about. But the point is, I've never felt about anyone the way Ross felt about you. Running. But the point is, I've never felt about anyone the way Ross felt about you. Running. Yo, 拍子。I talk to you for a sec. Can I talk to you? Can I talk to you? Can I talk to you for a sec? Can I talk to you for a sec? Your tenor is a very bad man. Your tenor is a very bad man. Frankie, what are you talking about? Your tenor is a very bad man. Frankie, what are you talking about? Hey, what's going on? Joey's tenor took advantage of me. Took advantage of me. What? No way. Took advantage. You want to take advantage of me? You want to take advantage of me? I can use that. I can use it this way. This way. By words. I can use the word by this way. Joe's tenor took advantage of me. Okay, advantage. Your tenor is a very bad man. Frankie, what are you talking about?
Your tailor
Your tenor.
is a very bad man. Frankie, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Frankie, what are you talking about? Okay, Frankie, what are you talking about? Hey, what's going on? Joey's tenor took advantage of me. What? No way. I've been going to the guy for 12 years. Oh, come on. He said he was going to my insane. Then he ran his hand up my neck, and then there was definite. And then there was definite. What? Copy.
No way. I've been going to the guy for 12 years. Come on. He said he was going to do my inseam, and he ran his hand up my leg, and then there was definite.
Copy. Oh, it's funny. Copy. Copy. Definite. Rare. Copy. Copy. That's how they do pants. First they go up one side, they move it over, then they go up the other side, then move it back, then they do the rear, 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 then they do the rear. Okay, first that's how they do pants. First they go up one side. First they go up one side, they move it over, then they go up the other side, they move it back, then they do the rear, and do the rear. Rear. At the back of something. Okay. There's a sticker on rear. Then do the rear. Okay. There's a sticker. Okay. At the back of something. At the back of something. What, Russ? Will you tell? Will you tell him? Into that how a tenor measures pants. Into that how a tenor measures pants. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. In prison, Yes, it is. Yes, it is. In prison? What's the matter with you? What? That's not? Oh my God. Even Mary Tanner more. Even Mary Tanner more. Even Mary Tanner more would have been better. Even Mary Tanner more would have been better. Even Mary Tanner more would have been better. Have been better. Even Mary Tanner more would have been better. Well, I like it. Yeah, I do. I think it's a 10. Yeah, I do. I think it's a 10. Oh, I don't want to. I don't. What does this mean? Well, I like it. Yeah, I do. I think it's a 10. Thank you. My hair is very amused. 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 Amused. To entertain someone, especially by human speeches or acting, or by making them laugh. Thank you. My hair is very amused. I brought my article from. Okay, amused. To entertain someone, especially by humorous speech or action, or by making them laugh or smile. Especially speech or action. Okay, especially by humorous speech, especially by humorous speech or action, or by making them laugh or smile. I've brought an article. I brought an article from yesterday's paper that I thought might amuse you. Okay, I think it amuses him to see people make fools of themselves. To see people make fools of themselves. Apparently, these stores are meant to amuse. Apparently, these stores are meant to amuse. Yes, it is. Yes, I'm amused. Thank you, man. My hair is very amused. To entertain someone, especially by humorous speech or action, or by making them laugh or smile. Yeah, you know that. Copy.
That's how they do pants. First they go up one side, they move it over, and they go up the other side, they move it back, and then they do the rear.
Oh, that's so funny. Copy. Move it back. Okay, do it. Sorry. You're a funny boy. Okay. So funny. fine. Okay, camping. Guys, 10 years. That's how they do pants. First they go up one side, they move it over, then they go up the other side, they move it back, then they do the rear, then they do the rear, then they do the rear.
And they go up the other side, they move it back, and then they do the rear.
And then they do the rear, and then they do the rear, then they do the rear, then they do the rear, then they do the rear. That's how they do pants. First they go up one side, they move it over, then they go up the other side, they move it back, then they do the rear, 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 then they do the rear. Okay, then they do the rear. Okay.
No, it's up to you. It's up to you to play the job to the best of your ability, and then you can take the winnings, the pot from that hand, and do whatever you want with it to fix the world. But saying that you should not do things just because others can't do things is living in denial. It's an excuse to not do anything. There are also people who believe that wealth creation is fundamentally at odds with an environmentally safe and healthy planet. And they view the whole thing as a giant zero-sum game. That's a false narrative as well. Elon Musk is not playing a zero-sum game with the environment, and there are plenty of entrepreneurs who are not. If anything, there is a word that environmentalists love, which is sustainability, and for-profit businesses are at least financially sustainable, if nothing else.
Yeah.
You can do a B Corp, which has a dual mission. A lot of non-profit efforts would actually be better served by for-profit companies, because then they wouldn't have to go begging for grants all the time. They would be financially sustainable. Some great founders realize their philanthropic visions by running a business.
Who is this advice targeted to? Is it for my Lyft driver? Is it for an internet entrepreneur? Is it for somebody who wants to start a YouTube channel?
Because it comes from someone who's steeped in Silicon Valley and tech companies, it's always going to have a bias towards that. But I think it's good for anybody who wants to be entrepreneurial, anybody who wants to control their own life, anybody who wants to deterministically and reliably improve their ability to create wealth over time, is patient and looking at it for the long haul. Certainly if you're 80 years old, retired, running out of energy, you should probably just stay retired. But there are 80-year-olds who have a lot of energy and want to do new things and live for the future. It can obviously apply very easily to a young person, I would say 9-10 years old and up. The most difficult one is probably middle-aged, because when we're in our 30s, 40s, 50s, we already have a lot invested. We have a lot of obligations because those are the years where we're earning and people are relying upon us. We don't want to change because we don't want to admit defeat in what we've been doing to date. But that's where it can actually be the most fruitful. It may be the most difficult pivot. You have a 9-to-5 job, you have a family relying upon you, And so it may seem like the things in this podcast are far too idealistic, but maybe it can inform your weekend projects. Maybe it can inform your self-re-education that you do at night on the internet. Maybe it can inform what roles you take on in the company that you're at, because they move you closer and closer to points of leverage, points of judgment, or points where you're naturally good at and you're authentic. It might cause you to take on more accountability. Even applied piecemeals, these principles can directionally guide you regardless of what stage you are at in life short of retirement. And if you're in retirement, just test them to see if they're true and then teach them to your kids or your grandkids. There's many different ways to participate. It should really apply to almost everybody who has a complete body, sound mind, and is looking to work.
I think one way to apply the advice is to look at who is getting the leverage off of the work that you're doing. Look up the value chain, look at who's above you and who's above them, and see how they are taking advantage of the time and the work that you're doing and how they're applying leverage to it. People do that naturally in that they want to move up the corporate ladder, but that's mostly about managing other people. And what you really want to be doing is managing more capital, products, media, and community. People think about moving up the ladder in their organization, but they don't think that often about moving to a different organization or creating their own organization to get more leverage.
In general, ceteris paribus, fancy Latin words for all other things equal, you will do better in a smaller organization than a larger one. You will have more accountability, it'll be more visible. You are more likely to be able to try on multiple things to find out the thing that you are uniquely good at. People are more likely to give you leverage through battlefield promotions. You're going to have more flexibility, there'll be more authenticity to how the company operates. A good progression for a career, start out in a large company and then progressively move to smaller and smaller ones. It's very hard to go from a small company to work in a larger company. Larger companies tend to be more about politics and less about merit. They're more stable, but they're less innovative situations. The goal long term is, if we are all wealthy, is that we're all working for ourselves, and the people who are working for us are essentially robots. And today that's software robots in data centers executing code. Tomorrow it could be delivery bots, flying bots, mechanical bots that are carrying things around. This goes back to this idea of the best relationships are peer relationships. If there's someone above you, then that's someone to learn from. If you're not learning from them and improving, then there shouldn't be anybody above you. If there's somebody below you, it's because you're teaching them and enabling them. If you're not teaching them and enabling them, then get a robot underneath. You don't need a human being below you. This is utopian, and it's a long ways off, but in the not too distant future, anybody who wants to work for themselves will be able to work for themselves. You may have to make other sacrifices. You may have to take on more risk. You may have to take on more accountability. You may have less steady income. But more and more, I think the younger generation is realizing that if they're going to work for themselves.
In one of your tweets, you listed out some of the things you should study, like programming, sales, reading, writing, arithmetic. One of the items that ended up on the cutting room floor was that you should also study ethics.
I was originally going to put that out there as a concession to people who believe that making money is evil and that the only way to make it is evil. But then I realized ethics is not necessarily something you study. It's something you think about, and it's something you do. Every one of us has a personal moral code. And where you got that moral code from is different for everybody. It's not like I can point you to a textbook. Sure, I could point you to some Roman and Greek text, but that's not going to suddenly make you ethical. There's the golden rule, right? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Or there's Nassim Taleb's silver rule, which is don't do unto others what you don't want them doing unto you. Once you've been in business long enough, you will realize how much of business is about trust. And it's about trust because you want to compound interest. You want to be able to work for long periods of time with trustworthy people without having to reevaluate every discussion, without having to rethink each time, and without having to constantly look over your shoulder. And so over time, you gravitate towards working with certain kinds of people. And similarly, those people will gravitate towards working with other ethical, quote-unquote, people. So being ethical turns out to be a selfish imperative. You want to be ethical because it attracts the other long-term players in the network, and then they want to do business with you. And if you build a good enough reputation for being ethical, eventually people will pay you just to do deals through you, because you're the one who will validate and ensure the deals by your presence, because you wouldn't be involved with low-quality stuff. So being ethical actually pays off in the long run, but it's the very long run. In the short run, being unethical pays off, which is why so many people go for it. It's a greedy algorithm. But you can be ethical simply because you're long-term greedy. And I can even outline a framework for different parts of so-called ethics just based on the idea of long-term selfishness. For example, you want to be honest because it leaves you with a clear mind. You don't have two threads running in your head. One is the lies that you told you to keep track of, and the other one is what you're saying. You just have to think about one thing at a time, so you have more energy to think about that thing, so you're a clearer thinker. Also, by being honest, you're rejecting the people who only want to hear the pretty lies, so you force those people out of your network, and sometimes it's painful, like friends and family, but long term, you create room for the people who like you exactly the way that you are. So that is a selfish reason to be honest. For example, in negotiations, if you're the kind of person who always tries to get the best deal for yourself, you will win a lot of very early deals and it'll feel very good. But on the other hand, there are a few people who will recognize that you're always scrabbling and not acting fairly, and they will tend to avoid you. Over time, those people end up being the deal makers in the network because people go to them for a fair shake or to figure out what's fair. And so if you are cutting people fair deals, you don't get paid in the short term, but in the long term, everybody wants to deal with you, and you end up being a market hub. You have more information, you have trust, you have reputation, and people end up doing deals through you. A lot of wisdom is just realizing the long-term consequences of your actions. And so the longer term you're willing to look, the wiser that you're going to seem to everybody around you.
Do you want to tell us about some of the jobs that you had as a youth and the specific job that kicked off your fanatical obsession with creating wealth?
This gets a little personal, and I don't want to do the humble brag thing. There was some thread going around on Twitter about, like, name 5 jobs you've held, and every rich person on there was trying to signal how they've held, like, normal jobs. So I don't want to play that game. I've held a bunch of menial jobs. There are people who had it worse than me, people who had it better than me. There was one point where I was washing dishes in the school cafeteria, and I said, F this, I hate this, I can't do this anymore. And I sweet-talked my way to a computer science prof of helping TA his CS class in algorithms when I myself was completely unqualified for that. And so it forced me to learn computer science algorithms so I could TA the rest of the course. But that desire came out of the suffering of washing dishes in the college cafeteria, which is not to say there's anything wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with anything, really. But it was just not for me. I did not enjoy it. I had an active mind, and I wanted to make my money and earn my living through mental activities, not through physical activities. But sometimes it takes the suffering of doing the wrong thing to motivate you enough to do the right thing. I worked at a law firm for a while, a big prestigious law firm in New York City. I had a big internship there, and I basically got fired for surfing Usenet back in the day. This is before the internet was a big thing. Usenet was the news groups, and it was the only way for me to stay from being completely bored. And I was an overpaid guy wearing a tie and a suit, and I had to hang out in the conference room. When the lawyers needed photocopies, I would make photocopies. And in the meantime, I would be bored out of my skull. This is pre-iPhone. Thank God to Steve Jobs for saving us all from unending boredom. But I used to read the Wall Street Journal, or anything that I could get my hands on. I would have read the back of a brochure just to keep from going insane, because listening to a bunch of corporate lawyers discuss how to optimize minute details in a big contract is really dull. And they got mad at me because they wanted me to sit there quietly and not read the Wall Street Journal. They said, that's rude, that's misbehavior. So I got called up and reprimanded a bunch of times, and then I was finally terminated. And I was sent home in shame early from my very prestigious internship, destroying my chance of going to law school. And I was unhappy for all of an hour. But ultimately, it's one of the best things that ever happened to me, because then I would have ended up as a lawyer. Not that I have anything against lawyers, but it's not what I was meant to do.
You mentioned the catering job that you had a while back that really kicked off the whole obsession.
That was an envy thing. When I was in high school, I had to make some money to pay for my first semester at college, and I had to get a job. It was the summer of 1990, 1991 time frame. So this was the Bush senior recession. If anyone who was alive back then remembers this, so it was actually really hard to get a job. So I ended up working for an Indian food catering company. And I ended up having to serve at a birthday party for a kid who was actually in my school. So I saw my classmates, and I was out there serving food and drinks to them. And that was incredibly embarrassing. I wanted to hide away and die right there. But you know what? It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the motivation. If I hadn't had that happen, I probably wouldn't be as motivated and I wouldn't be as successful. So it's all fine. but it was definitely a very strong motivator. In that sense, envy can be useful. Envy can also eat you alive if you let it follow you your entire life, but there are points in your life where it can be a very powerful booster rocket.
We spoke earlier about picking a business model that has leverage, from scale economies, network effects, zero marginal cost of replication. There were a few other ideas on the cutting room floor that I want to go through with you. The first one was the principal-agent problem.
So mental models are all the rage. Everyone's trying to become smarter by adopting mental models. I think mental models are interesting, but I don't think explicitly in terms of a mental model checklist. I know Charlie Munger does, but that's just not how I think. Instead, I tend to focus on the few lessons that I've learned in life over and over that I think are incredibly important and seem to apply almost universally. One that keeps coming up from microeconomics, because as we've established, macroeconomics is not really worth spending time on, is what's called the principal-agent problem. Principal in this case is principal with a P-A-L, not P-L-E, so it's not a principal that you follow. It's a principal who is a person. A principal is an owner, and an agent is the person who works for the owner. So you can think of it as an employee, the difference between a founder and an employee. I can summarize this by a famous quote that either was said by Napoleon or by Julius Caesar. It's generally attributed to either one. But he said, if you want it done, then go. If not, then send. Which is saying, if you want to do something right, do it yourself, because other people just don't care enough. Now, the principal-agent problem pops up everywhere. In microeconomics, the way that they try to characterize it is that the principal's incentives are different than the agent's incentives. So the owner of the business wants what is best for the business and will make the most money. The agent generally wants whatever will look good to the principal, or might make them the most friends in the neighborhood or in the business, or might make them personally the most money. You see this a lot with hired gun CEOs running public companies, where the ownership of the public company is distributed so widely that there's no principal remaining. So nobody owns more than 1% of the company. The CEO takes charge, stuffs the board with their buddies, and then starts issuing themselves low-price stock options or doing a lot of stock buybacks because their compensation is based directly tied to the stock price. So agents have a way of hacking systems. This is what makes incentive design so difficult. As Charlie Munger says, if you can be working on incentives, don't work on anything else. Almost all human behavior can be explained by incentives. The study of signaling and signals is seeing what people do despite what they say. People are much more honest with their actions than they are with their words. You have to get the incentives right to get people to behave correctly. It's a very, very difficult problem. Because the good people aren't purely coin operated. They're not just looking for money, they're also looking for other things like status or meaning in what they do. Principal agent problem is the one that as a business owner, you're always going to be trying to figure out, how do I make this person think like me? How do I incent them? How do I give them founder mentality? And I think you have to truly have been a founder to fully appreciate how important this founder mentality thing is, and what a difficult and gnarly problem the principal agent problem is. What I would say to you is, if you are a principal, you essentially want to spend a lot of your time thinking about this problem. What that means is you want to take your top lieutenants and you want to be very generous with them in terms of ownership and incentives, even if they don't necessarily realize it, because over time they will, and you want them to be aligned with you in how they operate. When you do business deals, it's better to have an aligned partnership where you both have the same incentives than a partnership where you got the advantage in the deal. You negotiated in such a way that you got the better end of the transaction, because eventually the other person will figure it out, or they'll be misaligned and the partnership will fall apart. Either way, it's not going to be one of those things that you can invest into with the benefits of compound interest over decades. Finally, if you're in a current role where you're an agent, you're an employee, your most important job is to think like a principal. The more you can think like a principal, the better off you're going to be long term, because it's training you how to be a principal long term, and eventually you will become a principal. It's also going to align you with the principal, and a good principal will then promote you or empower you or give you accountability or leverage way out of proportion to what might be your menial role. I'm always very impressed by founders who will promote up very, very young people through the ranks, having them skip multiple levels despite their experience. And invariably it happens because this agent, who's way deep down, thinks like a principal. So if you can hack your way through the principal agent problem, you've probably solved half of what it takes to run a company.
The reason I asked about this one first is because I feel like I personally never see the principal agent problem in my work. I tend to work in small teams where everybody is highly economically aligned, and the people have been filtered for a commitment to the mission, and everybody else who doesn't work out moves on to another role elsewhere.
These are all heuristics that you have designed to avoid having to deal with the single biggest problem in management. Another example of a heuristic you can have that helps you route around the principal agent problem is to deal with the smallest firms possible. So for example, when I'm hiring a lawyer or a banker or even an accountant to work on my deals, one of the things that I've become very cognizant about is the bigger firms, all other things equal, are generally worse. Yes, they have more experience. Yes, they have more people. Yes, they have a bigger brand. But what you'll find is that the principal and the agent are highly separated. And very often the principal will sell you and convince you to work with a firm, but then all the work will be done by an agent who simply doesn't care as much. And you can end up getting substandard service. So I prefer to work with boutiques, and my ideal law firm to work with is a law firm of one. My ideal banker to work with is a solo banker. Now you're making other sacrifices and trade-offs in terms of that person's resources, and you are betting big on that person, but you've got one throat to choke, there's no one else to point fingers to, there's nowhere to run. The accountability is extremely high. If you're an agent, the best way to operate is just say, what would the founder do? If you think like the owner and you act like the owner, it's only a matter of time until you become the owner.
Let's chat about the Kelly criterion.
The Kelly criterion is a very popularized mathematical formulation of a simple concept. And the simple concept is don't risk everything. Stay out of jail. Don't bet everything on one big gamble. Just be very careful how much you bet each time so you don't lose the whole kitty. The Kelly criterion mathematically formulates if you're a gambler, even when you have an edge, how much should you gamble per hand, because even when you have an edge, you can still lose. So let's say you have 51-49 edge, every gambler knows not to bet the whole kitty on that 51-49 edge, because you could just lose everything, and you don't get to come back to the average. Nassim Taleb famously talks about ergodicity, which is a fancy word for the simple concept that what is true for 100 people on average isn't the same as one person averaging that same thing 100 times. The easiest way to see that is by playing Russian roulette. 6 people who play Russian roulette once each, and then each winner gets $1 billion. One person ends up dead, 5 people have $1 billion. Versus one person who plays Russian roulette with the same one gun 6 times is never going to end up a billionaire, is going to end up worth 0. And so risk-taking, especially when the averages are calculated across large populations, is not always rational. The Kelly criterion helps you avoid ruin. The number one way in which people get ruined in modern business is not by betting too much, but it's by cutting corners and doing unethical things or downright illegal things. Ending up in an orange jumpsuit in prison or having your reputation ruined is the same as getting wiped to 0. So never do those things.
Let's talk about the Schelling point.
It's a game theory concept made famous by Thomas Schelling in a book called Strategy of Conflict, which I do recommend reading. It's about multiplayer games where other people are responding based on what they think your response is. What he came up with was the mathematical formalization of how do you get people who cannot communicate with each other to coordinate. Suppose that I want to meet with you, but I don't tell you where and I don't tell you when. We both want to meet, but we cannot communicate any more information to each other. That would sound like an impossible problem to solve. We're done. We can't do it. Not quite. Because I know that you're a rational person and smart and educated, and you know I'm a rational person who's smart, we're going to start thinking, if we have to pick an arbitrary date, we're probably going to pick New Year's. And what time? Midnight or 12:01 a.m. And where would we meet? What is a big meeting point? Well, if we're Americans, it's probably New York City. It's the most important city. And where in New York City will we meet at midnight? Probably Grand Central Station under the clock. Maybe you end up at the Empire State Building, but not likely. You can just use social norms to converge onto a Schelling point. There are many times in many games where you can look at the game itself, whether it's business or art or politics, and you can find the convergent Schelling point within the context of that game. You can cooperate with the other person. Here's a simple example. Let's suppose that you have two companies that are competing heavily with each other and they hold an oligopoly. Let's say that they're competing right now and the price fluctuates between $8 and $12 for whatever the service is. Don't be surprised if they both converge on $10 without ever talking to each other.
Do you want to talk about Pareto optimal?
Pareto optimal is another concept from game theory, along with Pareto superior. Pareto superior means that something is better in some ways while being equal or better in the other ways. It's not worse off in any way. This is an important concept when you're negotiating with somebody. If you can make a solution Pareto superior to where it was before, you will always do that. Pareto optimal is when the solution is the best that it can possibly be, then you can't change it without making it worse in at least one dimension. There is a hard trade-off from this point forward. These are important concepts to understand when you're involved in a big negotiation. In negotiation, though, I would generally say that, this is a tweet that I have, negotiations are won by whoever cares less. Negotiation, at the end of the day, is about not wanting it too badly. If you want something too badly, then the other person will be able to extract more price from it. If you do care more about something than the other person, and they're taking advantage of you in a negotiation, then your best way to deal with that is to turn it from a short-term game into a long-term game. Try to make it into a repeat game. Try to bring reputation into line. Try to bring other people in who may have a say in the future or may want to play games with this person in the future. An example of a very high cost, low information, single move game is having your house renovated. Contractors are notorious for overbooking, ripping people off, being unaccountable. I'm sure contractors have their own side of it. The homeowner has unreasonable demands. We found problems. The homeowner doesn't want to pay for it. They don't understand. They're low information buyers. It's a very expensive transaction. Historically, it's been very hard to find good contractors. And the contractor has no choice on what a good homeowner is. You try to go through friends. You try to go through reputation. And what you're basically doing there is you're trying to convert a single move, expensive game with a high probability of cheating on both sides into a multi-move game. One way to do that would say, well, actually, I need two different projects done. So the first project we'll do together, and then based on that, I'll decide if we do the second project. You can split your work up into two projects. Another way might be, I'm going to do this project with you, and then I have three friends who want projects done, and they're waiting to see the outcome of these projects. Another one might be the same person operating within the same community and having a reputation in the community to protect. Another one could be you write them a Yelp review or a Thumbtack review. These are all ways of turning a single move game into a longer term game and helping get past a position of poor negotiating leverage and poor information.
We talked about compounding and compounding interest, but we didn't really dig into it that much.
Relationships are a good example of compound interest. Once you've been in a good relationship with somebody for a while, whether it's business or it's romantic, life gets a lot easier because you know that person's got your back. You don't have to keep questioning. If I'm doing a deal with someone that I've dealt with for 20 years and I trust them and they trust me, we don't have to read the legal contracts. Maybe we don't even need to create legal contracts. Maybe we can actually do it on handshakes. That kind of trust makes it very, very easy to do business. If Nivi and I start another company, I know that if things aren't working out, we're both going to be extremely reasonable about how to go about it, how to exit out of it, how to shut it down, or even if we're scaling it, how to bring in new people. At this point, we have mutual trust, and that allows us to start businesses more easily and almost compounds the effect. Especially when you're dealing with something like a startup, which is so difficult to pull off. Removing these frictional mechanisms can actually often be the difference between success and failure. I think the number one most under-recognized reason startups fail is because the founders fall apart.
There's a couple non-intuitive things about compounding. The first one is that most of the benefits of compounding comes at the end of the compounding. So you may not necessarily see the huge benefits of it up front. There was that good quote from an article that Sam Altman wrote where he said, I always want it to be a project that, if successful, will make the rest of my career look like a footnote. Again, that just goes back to the idea that most of the benefits of compounding come at the end. The other thing that's a little non-intuitive about compounding is that I think it's better to have a few deep compounding relationships with people instead of a large amount of non-compounding relationships.
One of the under-realized things in business is that it takes just as much effort to create a small business as it does to create a large business. Whether you're Elon Musk or whether you're the guy running 3 Italian restaurants in town, you're working 80 hours a week. You're sweating bullets, you're hiring and firing people, you're trying to balance the books. It's highly stressful and it takes years and years of your life. But in one case, you get companies that are worth $50, $100 billion and the adulation of everybody. And the other hand, you might make a little bit of money and you've got some nice restaurants. So think big.
Are there any other microeconomic concepts outside of zero marginal cost of replication and scale economies that are important for people to understand?
Price discrimination is an important thing to understand. What it means is that you can charge people different things based on their propensity to pay. Now, you're not allowed to charge different people different things just because you don't like them. You have to offer them a little something extra, but it has to be something that rich people care about. Business class seats will routinely cost 5 or 10 times what an economy class seat does, but it probably costs the airline just 2, maybe 3x to provide that. It's just the rich person is more willing to pay, so you have to give them the little things that they need extra to either signal they're rich or that little bit of comfort that they want. Price discrimination gets used a lot in enterprise software, where you have a freemium product. The free version will do almost everything, but then if you want the version that's a little extra secure or hosted on your site or has multi-user administration so the IT person can monitor everything that's going on, you suddenly find yourself paying 10, 100, or infinite times as much as you go from a free product to a priced product. Another good concept is consumer surplus and producer surplus, which is the excess value that somebody gets. Even though they were willing to pay more, the product was priced the same for everybody. I get a lot of joy out of my morning coffee. Obviously, I've made some money. If my coffee costs $20, I would pay $20 for my morning coffee. But Starbucks doesn't know that. It can't price the coffee at $20 just for me because it's selling the exact same product. So I'm getting a lot of consumer surplus out of the coffee. And all businesses generate consumer surplus. It's a good thing to keep in mind when someone's harping about how evil companies are. Amazon might be $1 trillion company, but I'll bet you they're generating trillions of dollars in consumer surplus through convenience and willingness to pay. There are a lot of people who are willing to pay more than what Amazon charges them for all their services.
Let's talk about NPV.
NPV is just the net present value of something. It's when you say, that stream of payments I'm going to get in the future, what is that worth today? So a common example of this is you're joining a startup company and you're getting stock options, and the founder says, well, this company is going to be worth $1 billion and I'm giving you 0.1% of the company, therefore you're getting $1 million worth of stock. What he or she's arguing is what it's going to be worth in the future. You have to discount that back to today. You have to figure out what is that worth today, and you have to apply a discount rate or an interest rate that takes into account the massive risk that startups face. What you'll end up with is the price that it's worth today, and that's the price at which a venture capitalist would invest in the company today. So if that founder just raised a round at $10 million, then that company is only worth 1% of what the founder is arguing. Your $1 million package is actually worth $10,000. So NPV calculations at a very rough level, you should be very comfortable doing in your head.
What's a mispriced externality? You mentioned that at some point during our podcast.
An externality is when there's an additional cost that is imposed by whatever product is being produced or consumed that is not accounted for in the price of the product. Sometimes you can fix that by putting the price back into the product. One of the most ardent ways people attack capitalism these days is that it's destroying the environment. And if you throw away capitalism because it's destroying the environment, then guess what? We're all headed back to pre-industrial times. It's not going to be a good thing. So rather, there's an externality because the environment is finite, the environment is precious, and we have to price it properly and fold it back in. If people are wasting water or putting hydrocarbons in the atmosphere or polluting things, you want to charge them what it costs to clean up that pollution and return it to a pristine state. Perhaps that price has to be very, very, very high. If you raise that price high enough, you knock out pollution. It's much better than feel-good measures where we're just going to ban plastic bags and we're going to say don't take showers on Saturdays and Sundays when we're having a drought. California likes to run declarations and ads to scare you into not taking showers on times when there's a drought, when it would be just much better to raise the price of fresh water. Your average consumer might pay a few pennies more for a shower, but then the almond farmers who consume a lot of the water will cut back on using fresh water, and almond farming may move to a part of the country where water is more abundant. properly pricing externalities can save resources in a tremendous way. It's a good framework to think about how to be effective when you want to do things like save the environment rather than feel good things that won't actually amount to anything.
One of the most common questions we get from people is, how do I get the time to start investing in myself? I have a job. I'll kick off the answer with one of the tweets from the cutting room floor, where you said, "You will need to rent your time to get started. This is only acceptable when you are learning and saving, preferably in a business where society does not yet know how to train people and apprenticeship is the only model."
You're going to have to work starting out unless you happen to be born rich, in which case you probably won't have the motivation to make money in the first place. So if you're going to do the work, join a business where apprenticeship matters. Warren Buffett went and tried to work for Benjamin Graham straight out of school to learn how to be a value investor, and he offered to work for free, and Ben Graham said, "You're overpriced." It's true in that these apprenticeship businesses, you're probably making a sacrifice in terms of short-term career work there. But try to learn something where people haven't quite figured out how to teach it yet. And that can happen if you're working in a field that is brand new and quickly expanding.